it's a little, Coldplay has a song called Politic. I don't know if you know how the song starts, but it's a little politic because when I have my own folder. This is the folder I call politic, the folder for storage all the SpaceX information. But when you see the Coldplay song start telling us, look at the Earth from outer space. Everyone must find a place. Give me time, give me space, give me real, don't give me fake. And
Yeah.
this is the perfect song for doing a video clip showing this crap of a SpaceX. Because give me something real, man.
Do you think that these guys, these bands that are singing these lyrics, know the truth, or are they just given these songs by other songwriters to sing?
Yes, I believe that. I believe they make their own songs, but a few times they need to keep pushing the heliocentric model. In fact, Black Sabbath has a song talking about the rockets in the space. And you say, why the songwriter, the principal member of the band who write the songs is going to make a song to a rocket? How the rockets work on the space? I can put it on you right now if you want. But this is the tiny, supposedly, yeah.
I'm sorry, I was looking at a little delay. Just when you get back to a shot of the car with the Earth in the background, do you notice that the Earth is not a circle, not a perfect circle? It's oval.
Yeah, because supposedly we have the GoPro lenses.
Oh, okay.
So you're gonna to deform the image. But here you can clearly see this tiny, fuel. Supposedly the fuel that's coming out from the rocket. But why is rising up? It must be following the trajectory because you don't have any kind of air or friction or whatever in space. So if the particle is dropping off the rocket, it must be following the trajectory.
Yep.
It's not going to rise up like that at least.
No way. It would have
Maybe
to go the same direction.
it's going to rise up, but I don't know. It's so strange, and this is very fast rising up. It's not because the car is rotating, and no, this is very fast situation with different velocities. This is not a stars. This is, I don't know what it is, but these guys are not in space. That's for sure.
You see, there's a thin line between genius and insanity down on Earth. And they think what we're doing is madness. We would like to show you and show the world that there is a method.
Dressed up like something from outer space. Elton, David Bowie, Alice Cooper, Lord have mercy, they're all super.
Hey guys, how's it going? So I wanted to do a quick follow-up on my videos about angular resolution and perspective to first demonstrate that there is no observable curvature. We're still waiting for someone to discover this elusive curvature. And then I would like to show why buildings are seemingly cut off at the horizon, bottom first, which the cult of scientism storytellers claim is due to the edge of a spinning ball, in complete ignorance of the fact that there are other possibilities that actually make more sense. So, first off, these shots here are taken in Ormond Beach and show a lighthouse that is 16 miles away. This lighthouse is 175 feet tall, and notice that the focal plane of the light is only 168 feet above sea level. Now, when we do the math, there should be 117 feet hidden behind the curve with a camera height of 5 feet. I was standing on the beach with the water hitting my feet, resting the camera on a 4-foot sign. The gross curvature is actually 170 feet, so when you look at the shot, you can see that practically the entire lighthouse is visible behind the pier. I'm sorry, but there's a problem with what the so-called scientists claim, yet most people continue to have faith in them, which is understandable because they either don't even look into the topic or they could never entertain the fact that they could be misled. So, next we have the hotel at 17.6 miles away, and 147 feet should be hidden behind the curve. The hotel itself has 18 floors and is about 180 feet tall. And just to be conservative, we could add 20 feet above sea level, and still it is obvious that 147 feet are not missing from this 200-foot structure. Anyone who's being intellectually honest must admit that there is a problem with the story we have been sold. The numbers just don't add up, the curvature is just not there. And this brings me to my next point, which I think is the most important to understand, and that is the reason why buildings appear to be cut off at the horizon bottom first. If we again consider that our vision is based on two very important and universally accepted concepts of angular resolution, which is the fixed limit of our eyesight, and perspective, which is the system of angles of light entering our eye to create the 3D image in our brain, then we can easily calculate that it is in fact necessary that the bottom of buildings be cut off first due to angular resolution and perspective. So I tried to show in my No Angles on the Flat Earth video how the angles of the light entering our eyes will create the perspective picture for us, that famous perspective drawing where everything gets smaller and disappears at the vanishing point. We know that the light enters the eye and creates the image upside down, which our brain then flips, but what is very important to notice about this process is the point of inflection, the midpoint in the eye where the slope of the light changes. I tried to show this with this crude illustration, and you'll notice the horizontal midpoint in the eye where the light above reaches the inflection point. And this is in fact the horizon. This is what the horizon is. It is the vanishing point of things above meeting the vanishing point of things below. As you scan from top to bottom, the slope of the line will reach the inflection point and then change to render everything below this inflection point or horizon or vanishing point. I showed in my No Angles video how the angles get tinier and tinier as they approach this inflection point or horizon. Now, what we need to understand is how angular resolution dictates just how small of an angle we can have in order to resolve everything above and below this inflection point or horizon in our eye. This angular resolution limit dictates how far we can see below our eye level, which is basically how much water we can see standing on the seashore. And then here's the kicker. It also dictates how much of buildings will necessarily be cut off in the distance. This is the best case scenario, with perfect vision and perfect atmospheric conditions without any diffraction. In reality, it is usually much worse, but we will use the basic numbers to show that under perfect conditions, buildings must appear to be cut off bottom first. This is simply how our eyesight works. So, if we use an angle of 0.02 of a degree as our angular resolution limit, the limit of our eyesight or the visual acuity of the human eye, we can not only calculate the distance to the horizon below eye level, which is often just referred to as the distance to the horizon, or simply how much water we can see standing on the seashore, we can also calculate how much of an object in the distance will appear to be cut off. I am using the camera height of 5 feet and a declination angle of 0.02 of a degree to figure out that we can see 2.7 miles of water in this shot. This is done by making a triangle with height of 5 feet and angle of 0.02 to figure out the distance as 2.7 miles. And this is also conveniently what the cult storytellers use as their distance to the edge of the magic spinning ball. They have simply chosen dimensions of a spinning ball that just happen to line up perfectly with the limit of our eyesight. It is very tricky, and it's understandable how not many people would look into it. Now, what is happening is that anything smaller than this angle of 0.02 of a degree is beyond the ability of our eye to render. It is physically impossible to see any further. We cannot see Europe across the ocean because it is physically impossible for our little eyeballs to see that far. It is a fixed limit. Or, if you do not like having a limit on your eyesight, you can believe the storytellers and Santa Claus and the spinning ball stories. However, and what is conveniently never discussed, is that the same mechanics apply above eye level, above the point of inflection. Anything smaller than the angle of 0.02 of a degree above the eye level, above the point of inflection of light entering your eye, is also impossible to see. Not often discussed or even understood, but it is out there. Anything entering your eye at an angle smaller than 0.02 of a degree will not render. So if we take the inclination angle of 0.02 degree and the distance to the hotel of 17.6 miles, we can solve for the height of this hidden portion, or this portion that is seemingly cut off. We make a triangle with the distance of 17.6 as the base, 0.02 of a degree as angle A, and we end up with a height of 32 feet. Add 5 feet for camera height, and even Superman would not be able to see 37 feet of the bottom of this building. That is a best case scenario. In reality, we are probably losing 50 feet. And the point of all of this is to demonstrate that science, physics, angular resolution, perspective, they all clearly show that objects in the distance must disappear bottom first. This is simply how our eyes work. The angles get smaller and smaller as they approach the point of inflection, or the vanishing point, or the horizon. The mechanics of our eyes dictate that objects above eye level, or above the horizon, will disappear bottom first as they approach the vanishing point. I'm sorry, that's just the way it is. It is known as vanishing point for a reason. Of course, objects are going to disappear first on the edge facing the vanishing point. This is also how the sun rises and sets seemingly behind the water, but it is simply going out of our ability to see it, or coming into our mechanical ability to see it. Otherwise, it is at an angle that is just too small to reach your eye. Or, if you do not like this, you can believe in Santa Claus and NASA and a spinning ball. So, I hope this makes sense. This is one of those things that is difficult to describe and conceptualize, especially due to the spinning ball programming. But once you get it, it makes perfect sense. It is logical. It explains why we see what we see and how we see what we see. Or, again, you can just believe the Church of Scientism and their magical claims of exploding nothingness into spinning nuclear dinosaur ovens with tractor beams and rocket ships. So sometimes that's more entertaining. But anyways, thank you so much for watching. I apologize, I do have a cold, but I had to get this video out there. I'm kind of pressed for time. But again, thank you so much for watching and all the good comments and support. So adios. Have a good week.
So today we're going to see what happens when molten iron touches this magnet. So what I've done here is I've stuck the magnet to a piece of metal in the ground so it's parallel to the thermite. So when it goes off, we'll see if the metal stream gets attracted to the magnet or not, and if it doesn't, it'll just fall straight to the ground. We'll see if it bends. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. So that thermite turned the wooden bowl into a raging firestorm, but I'm beginning to think that there's no reaction between molten metal and magnets. In fact, I think that molten metal and magnets don't mix very well at all. That was pretty cool. I might have broken my magnet though. It was completely engulfed in the flames right there. But it's not very hot. Okay, it's kind of hot, but not like destroyed hot. Once magnetic materials reach a certain temperature, they lose their magnetism. That's 600 for this magnet and 1400 degrees Fahrenheit for iron. This is called the Curie point, and below it the magnetic fields are nice and aligned, but above it they're totally random. This is why we don't see any attraction between the molten iron and the thermite. The iron hasn't cooled enough to align into a magnetic field yet.
What they're trying to do is find out how the Earth's magnetic field is generated. And some of the first scientists to study this, starting with William Gilbert in 1600, proposed that the Earth was a huge permanent magnet. Now today we know that the inner core of the Earth is solid and it's mostly made up of iron and nickel, which are ferromagnetic elements. However, the temperature of the inner core is nearly 6,000 Kelvin, which is way above their Curie temperatures, and so there is no way that they could maintain a permanent magnetic field. The same is true of the solid mantle of the Earth. Much of it is way too hot for permanent magnets, which leaves only the liquid metal outer core as the place where Earth's magnetic fields could be generated. And this is what is modeled by the 3-meter spinning sphere of molten sodium.
And we use liquid sodium because it's the best electric conductor of any liquid.
Lodestones, also known as magnetite, is a naturally occurring magnet found everywhere on Earth, and was used in making the very first compasses. It is observable and testable.
As its name would suggest, the mineral magnetite is magnetic. Notice that a magnet sticks tightly to a sample of magnetite.
The process by which lodestone is created has long been an open question in geology. The leading theory suggests that lodestones are magnetized by the strong magnetic field surrounding lightning bolts. This is supported by the observation that they are mostly found near the surface of the Earth, rather than buried at great depth.
So why do all magnets point north? The largest concentration of magnetite is of the magnetic north. There is evidence they are hiding a secret north continent. The North Continent was hidden around 500 years ago, around the same time the globe model became generally accepted. They had been hiding the North and South from us for a very long time.
Okay, this is, because this is the part of the ritual that we have to face, that it's real, because I know there is a lot of people that maybe they are very technical and scientists, but we must be remember, at least for me, that we are living right now under control of a group of people that they worship some kind of divine energy, and that divine energy doesn't mean that it's good or bad. I don't have the knowledge to say that, but the facts that these people are doing, you can see that is bad things. I'm not talking about the musicians of Black Sabbath, because they obey some other rules from other elites. But for example, if you take the disc, the record Master of Reality, and you go to the song number 8 calling Into the Void, this is the lyric. Rocket and giant burning fuel so fast, up into the night sky they blast. Through the universe the giants win. Could it be the end of the man and time? Back on earth the flame of life burns low. Everywhere is misery and woe.
Rocket engine burning fuel so fast, up into the night sky they blast. Through the universe the engine whine. Would it be the end of man and time? Back on earth the flame of life burns low. Everywhere is misery and woe. Pollution fills the air, the land and sea. Man prepares to meet his destiny.
I mean, why the songwriter is going to write a song from rocket and giants,
Rocket engine burning fuel so fast, up into the black sky so fast, burning metal through the atmosphere. Earth remains in worry, hate and fear, with the hateful battles raging on. Rockets flying through the glowing sun, through the empires of eternal void, freedom from the final suicide.
Freedom fighters sent out of the sun, escape from brainwashed mind and pollution, leave the earth to all its signs, and hate find another word to make freedom waits.
Stop. Freedom fighters sent out to the sun, escape from brainwash mind and pollution, leave the earth to all its sin and hate, find another world where freedom waits.
It's all the time is the same propaganda, from decades. We must leave the earth, we must go to other planet and save, the race, the human race.
At this point, they're just getting everybody to buy into every one of their the social engineering is so obvious. I mean, they've become masters at it, and to sit back and watch people just fall for it every time, it's sad.
Past the stars in fields of ancient void, through the shield of darkness where they find love upon the land, a world unknown, where the sons of freedom make their home. Leave the earth to Satan and his slaves, lead them to their future in their
example, this is from Deep Purple. Why Deep Purple made, a cover called Infinite, and the image is the Antarctic? With why? If it's not some kind of programming situation of the mind, there is no any real reason why all these guys, from one day to the other, they start making this kind of songs, they start making this kind of art in the covers, showing all the time the Earth, showing all the time the Antarctic, called Infinite, a guy with a telescope pointing up in the sky. There is all, these pre-programming things. This is the for example, from the Guns N' Roses, the last show in Washington. With the double eagle, with the Masonic compass, in the faces.
I was going to really just put the nail in the coffin of the heliocentric model. I understand that you go through the stages of grief when you realize that you've been lied to. You're going to feel anger, you're going to bargain, you're going to all this stuff. I understand. This is the absolute proof. And you never have to say another thing about it. And people get so mad. I get it. You're going through grief. You're mourning grief. Ready? What people forget is that it's not a circle around the sun. Even if it was a circle, it'd still be impossible. But it's an ellipse, which means that it changes speed. And unlike the evolution lie, where you can just keep adding billions of years, but the billions and billions of years, but it's 1 year. That's a fixed amount of time and a fixed amount of speed. The length of Earth's trajectories around the sun is 940 million kilometers. Thus, the Earth travels about 107,000 kilometers per hour. This means that our planet moves around the sun at an average speed of 30 kilometers per second, or Mach 88. 88 times the speed of sound. So let that sink in. Earth's speed, this is the kicker. Earth's speed is not constant as the Earth orbits elliptical orbit. Let that sink in. If you're going 66,000 miles an hour and you change 1% of your speed, and in this model it's significantly more than 1%, well, you wouldn't even feel it. No, just listen, it's a fixed amount of time. It's 1 year. If you change 1%, that's 660 miles an hour. That would liquefy all flesh. If you change 1 mile an hour, I challenge you to walk on a treadmill at 1 mile an hour and tell a friend to randomly unplug it. You will trip and you will fall down. I challenge you to hold a coffee that's full to the brim as you drive down the street at 60 miles an hour. Just tap on the brake to go 59. The coffee will spill. When you're going 88 times the speed of sound and you have to change speeds, you would feel it. Now, even if the psychotic people going through the stages of mourning want to say, oh no, but you go 1 mile an hour to 0.97 miles an hour, you would be able to measure it. Can't have it both ways, guys. Not only would you can do the math on it because the ellipse is fixed and the time is fixed. 1 year. And you can check out the math of the ellipse. There's a change of speed every year. At minimum, twice a year, at minimum. The way an ellipse works, zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay, you can break that down into any fraction you want. It's still one fixed year. Not only would you feel it, it would kill you, but forget all that. You could measure it. You could measure it. And if you don't think you can measure a change in speed, you're lying. Look at a swimming pool. Look at any water. If you just go like this, ripple, ripple, ripple. My ladle's overflowing. Yeah, it's over. Guys, this heliocentric model is over. The Earth changes speed going around the sun at Mach 88. And that's why they sent in Einstein to say, oh, it's all relative. No, it isn't. If you're going 66,000 miles per hour and there's any change whatsoever in speed, you would feel it. Forget about 1,000-mile-an-hour spin, how you couldn't operate a plane, or you couldn't forget. Just this is it. You need no more explanation. If you're going 1, not 66,000, 1 mile per hour, and it goes to 0, from 1, you would trip. And listen, I'm not here to, I've heard the arguments. I hear the arguments all the time. I could read you hundreds of them, of cognitive dissonance, of people being like, one of the biggest things you'll hear is anger. They're going through the stages of grief. I don't know if you realize that. That's what it is. I deal with this all the time. It's one reason why my band hammer is so intense. It's grief. They'll get mad at me. They'll say, you, sir, how dare you? I mean, it's so easy to understand. Even an idiot could. LOL. I mean, inertia and vortex. Man, that's grief. And then they'll bargain. Well, it could be that. It just and then depression. Well, what do we do now? I mean, my whole childhood. Just stop. It's not that big a deal. It's more beautiful that it isn't spinning endlessly around the sun. It's way better. It's just like, and this is one of those torpedoes that you can't get around. And there's people that spend their whole day, I think, just trying to troll me and just being like, you sir. It's like, how dare you? That's 1% of speed change, which is, it's way more than that in the given ellipse, in the given year. You can't change the numbers. The calendar year is set. The rotation is set. So you can't do what they do in evolution and say, well, in 20 billion years, a hurricane can just create a Ferrari. No, you can't just keep adding years. 1 year, 1 ellipse. Change in speed. How do you not measure it? How do you not feel it? How do things not fall over? We're talking about Mach 88. 1% change would liquefy all flesh. There's more than 1% change in speed in the given ellipse, in a given year, in a given moment. Dave, P.S. Also included is a plug for the now he's selling. Plug for the greatest app of all time, exposing the Helio nonsensical model. The Flat Earth, Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app available at the App Store and Google Play. There it was. There it was. Had to do it.
We will recognize that space is a new warfighting domain, with the Space Force leading the way. My upcoming budget will invest in a space-based missile defense layer. It's new technology. It's ultimately going to be a very, very big part of our defense and obviously of our offense.
Hello? Can you go near my horse? What?
That's crazy!
Much of my life, we've been tracking the movement, signals, and coded messages of Black Knight and sharing it with the world. Every time we share, they shut us down.
Alpha team is approaching the target.
But this time it's different.
Upload in progress.
If this gets out, there'll be mass panic. Shut it down.
This time, what we share will change the world.
This actually works. It'll change everything.
Fingers crossed it's for the better.
On this day, we came together with one voice, one purpose, as one world. And a new world opened up, bringing us as close to space as we were to each other.
Object has appeared in Wyoming. Ashley Verzel is at the military base camp. A series of strange symbols appear to be orbiting around the ship.
Have you managed to communicate? We brought in the best decoders in the world, and they're working 24/7 on it. Next question.
19 days and still no contact. These symbols are a focus of everyone's attention as experts are trying to decipher.
%95 of all UFO sightings can be immediately identified. It's the 5% that give you the release.
Oh! Pilots chase them sometimes, but can't catch them. There are near misses between these things and commercial aircrafts.
And we saw the disc of it. These are very hard to dismiss, the handful of sightings.
A UFO in broad daylight near Paris.
We suddenly observed a very bright red-orange object. It was oval.
UFOs have interfered with missiles.
I saw something that defied logic.
O objeto luminoso reported a strange craft, triangular in shape.
On the triangular shaped craft.
Mystery craft being seen.
Dark metallic in appearance.
Flying craft. There's an orange orb.
Glowing orbs. Glowing orbs. A giant ball of light.
Glowing object.
Could be aliens.
Are those fireworks? What is that?
Fireworks or something.
Aliens? I don't know.
What the heck
What
is
is that? Am I? You see it, right?
I'm actually, yes,
Okay.
I do see it.
Okay.
It's getting weirder by the second.
I know.
It's like they're sticking around.
We're gonna do some
Anybody?
digging and figure out what that is. Back in a moment.
Are we rolling on that?
What do you think it was?
When I was a corporate manager of Fairchild Industries in 1974 through 77, I met the late Dr. Werner von Braun in early 74. At that time, von Braun was dying of cancer, but he assured me that he would live a few more years in order to tell me about the game that was being played. Von Braun's purpose in life during the last years of his life, his dying years, was to educate the public and decision makers about why space-based weapons are a dumb, dangerous, destabilizing, too costly, unnecessary, unworkable, undesirable idea. And over and over and over during the 4 years that I knew him and was giving his speeches for him, he would bring up that last card. And remember, Cal, the last card is the alien card. We're going to have to build space-based weapons against aliens, and all of it, he said, is a lie.
My upcoming budget will invest in a space-based missile defense layer.
The last card is the alien card. We're going to have to build space-based weapons against aliens, and all of it, he said, is a lie.
Minus 10, 9, 8, we have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start, 4, 3, 2, 1.
They never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went. It's fool for a minute, but we walk now. They getting hot under the collar, cause the truth's out. Try to take Genesis and cover it under the rock, but you can't hide what the master already knows about. This population is programmed, spoon-fed news for food. They wanna go to Mars, but they ain't never touched the moon. The proof is in the pudding, I don't need to see no rocks. For the judgment of your character, you like to punch your lies. Your body language suspect, like you wanna get out of here. Cause the truth is, you ain't never left up out of here. We firm in this firmament.
A lot of people would like to think that astronauts fit into one particular mold, but that's not really the case.
We're a little tiny grain of sand in a vast universe, and we got to the next grain of sand, the moon.
Good morning. It's T-minus 1 hour, 29 minutes, and 53 seconds, and counting.
This is astronaut Edwin Aldrin, lunar module pilot for the Apollo 11 moon landing mission.
I was born in Montclair, New Jersey.
When President Kennedy had in mind the best and the brightest in America, it's folks like Buzz Aldrin that he went out and tapped.
I grew up in an aviation family. My father was quite a pioneer.
Man has shaken the dust from his feet, and today, when he travels, he demands to go in a swift, straight line, by air.
I loved the feeling of breaking free from gravity. I loved going as fast as a human being could go.
Timing is everything.
2 minutes, 10 seconds, and counting.
He's a hero you've all read about in the history books. Schools in Virginia and Illinois bear his name. His name is Buzz Aldrin.
I'm Lieutenant Aldrin. I just got down off my 56th mission. I'm stationed here at a advanced base in Korea.
And it's just minutes to the historic launch of the Apollo 11 with
All of us who happened to come along at just that right time, with just the right credentials.
Mr. Aldrin is a graduate of West Point. He flew 66 combat missions in Korea.
I do, however, remember my 37th mission rather vividly. That was the mission I got my first MiG destroyed.
T-minus 1 minute, 35 seconds.
Timing again. I knew how to intercept airplanes in the air. But what we didn't know in 1960 was how to rendezvous in space.
But it was a big leap from Korea to outer space. Aldrin, following in his father's footsteps, decided to get a doctorate at MIT, but his was in aeronautics.
We needed to rendezvous with friendly spacecraft in space, so that's what I wrote my thesis on.
T-minus 60 seconds and counting.
My dreams in the sky became even higher. I was selected by NASA to be in the third group of astronauts.
Dr. Aldrin has always been an explorer. He has ventured off-world twice.
And he not only set a record for spacewalking, but he devised techniques used on the NASA missions, and he holds a patent for permanent space station in space.
Space station mission control, do you read now?
40 seconds away from liftoff.
The last man to enter the rocket that morning was a 39-year-old Korean War veteran and graduate of West Point. Colonel Edwin E. Buzz Aldrin was about to begin the most important voyage of his life.
I could see the sun coming up, the waves coming in from this height, and look out and see the evidence of millions of people. And I knew that occasionally they were looking at me, but they didn't know that I was looking back at them too. And it was a moment of brief solitude that I said to myself, I just don't want to ever forget this moment where I can just contemplate how wonderful my life has been to get me to this point.
Ignition sequence starts. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11.
Many of us and many other people in many places have speculated on the meaning of this first landing on another body in space. Would each of you give us your estimate of what is the meaning of this to all of us?
Are you going to try that?
After you. Well, everybody looking at me?
Appreciate it very much if you would remain seated so the crew could leave. They want to be at the luncheon at 1 o'clock, just slightly ahead of you. Thank you very much.
Never win, nah, they ain't never win, never win, nah, they ain't never win, never win, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never win, never win, nah, they ain't never win, never win, nah, they ain't never win, never win, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never win.
The thought occurred to me that do I really want to be on the first one? And I came to the conclusion that I really didn't. because I could anticipate a little bit at that time all the commitments and responsibilities that would go along with being on that first flight. And I was a little apprehensive about all the public appearances and so forth. And I felt, gee, if I want to do it, fine. The second flight is going to do the same thing, maybe a little more. Why not go on that one instead of the first? At the time, you feel very much, or I did feel very much on stage.
At the time, you feel very much, or I did feel very much on stage.
240,000 miles away, it doesn't seem like on stage, but when you know that millions of people are watching on television, listening to your voice, you're, in a word, apprehensive of not doing something wrong or not fulfilling what's expected of you.
Can you remember if you were disappointed when the decision was taken, what, a month or so before you actually went to the moon?
Oh, yeah, certainly disappointed. But I think that my life would have been a little more hectic had I been the first. Who knows, I might even decided to become a college professor the way Neil did.
You'd do it all again?
Yeah, I'm sure there'd be trying moments if I did it again. But having gone through it once, I'd be a much smarter person.
And yet, Buzz, it almost destroyed you.
Right. But I think I'm a better man for having experienced it.
Your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never win, nah, they ain't never win, nah, they ain't never win, nah, they ain't never, put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never win.
Right now, Fox is looking at the documentary.
Foxes.
Right. Let me just go ahead and check your audio.
I mean, do you have Neil Armstrong interviewed already?
No, he doesn't want to be interviewed.
Well, I know.
Why does he not give interviews?
Well, because that's his personal choice. And I guess it's mine, in a way, to do things when they've been researched and worked out as far as a business arrangement. This is not news. This is not an anniversary.
Well, actually it is. We found a very unique reel of footage that we have queued up to show you.
Yeah.
And it's from the mission. And to our knowledge, no one has ever seen it before. And it's 30 years old.
And you want me to see this while you have me on camera?
Well, and to tell us what it is. I mean, it's...
Well, I don't know why I should do that.
It's a very unique
footage. It may be that I need to see it, and then we sit down and we talk about what you're taking a picture of. I don't see where there's an advantage in it for me to do what you're asking me to do. I see all sorts of pitfalls. I see people who have managed to talk to somebody. Who did you talk to in our office?
I talked with Heather at Tor Books.
Yeah, but is this helping book promotion? Are you going to be putting anything out during the time that I'm marketing books? See, Heather does not represent me for the things you're talking about. She represents a book selling activity.
I think when you see the footage, you'll see that it's very extraordinary, one of a kind, behind the scenes type of footage.
Yeah. Well, if it is, why do you have access to something that no one else has seen before?
Serendipity, I guess. and it was recorded on the 18th of July, 1969.
Apollo 11, Houston, go, says that the TV looks great, over.
Do you remember this?
The 18th?
Sure.
Again, the illusion they are attempting to create is the Earth at a distance, to demonstrate their far journey from it, and their ability to survive passing through the Van Allen radiation belt. Understand, too, that only about 20 seconds of this raw footage was ever broadcast to the public, and these conversations discussing their deception
What is your
were believed to be
proposition?
confidential.
That we didn't go to the moon?
I know for a fact that you
Here
did.
they discussed that these
I know for a
television
fact that you did
transmissions
not.
were in fact
You know
not
for a fact that we did
broadcast
not.
live, as
That's
everyone
correct, and
believed.
you'll see this tape
They were
proves
first
that.
Okay, well,
screened and
I'm
edited
not interested
for playback later.
in satisfying your suppositions when there's all this evidence that we did.
This proves, as you see, that you were using the window to demonstrate that you were halfway to the moon when you were
Turn the
doing an
camera off,
illusion with the
please.
window.
Sunlight from entering the
Turn the camera off.
through the other window. If the window was
And this makes
completely
you
filled up with a TV
the
camera, as
real
you see,
famous person
then
that
an
has
astronaut's
discovered
arm
this
would not
and
be able to get the
reveals
camera
all this
out of the
stuff.
window, as it
What an
obviously
ego you must
appears
have to
without
want to
it.
propel yourself like this.
That's not why I'm doing it, and God knows that's not why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for the truth to come out because I think it was wrong.
You can also notice how the
No,
astronaut
but you're doing
operating
it the
the
wrong
camera
way. You don't
reacted to
mislead
the
somebody
mistake
like me
by
to come in
attempting
here.
to plan
If you
away.
didn't go to the moon, that's misleading people. I'm showing you this
Okay,
tape.
we went to the moon. We're not misleading anybody.
Then how is it possible
This
that
is a segment
this is the
that
window?
they believe wasn't
It's
even
shot
being recorded.
to make
Much
it
recorded.
to make it look like
Look,
this
you
is
can
very far away.
manufacture all you want with
This
these
is
things.
straight. This isn't manufactured.
Sure.
And you know that it isn't.
They ain't never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth. Y'all ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth. Y'all ain't never went.
Howdy, Buzz.
Who's that?
How's it going? Remember me?
What's your name?
Bart Sibrel.
Would you give your name to my assistant?
Yeah, I got one for you, one for your lawyer to sue me.
That's right.
I hope you do. I'd love to go to court and show the window shot.
I know you'd like to get a lot of attention, wouldn't you?
Well, you're the one getting money for something you didn't do. You're getting a lecture for walking on the moon when you didn't. Well, that's called being a thief. That's called being a thief. Do you think you can get to heaven without repenting? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon? Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
I'm not trying to get in the middle of anything.
to get out of here?
This is a hotel.
We'll call
Right,
the police.
we pay.
Come on in here, we'll call the police.
Solicit
You like
Why don't you swear on the Bible that you walked on the moon?
It doesn't, sir. I don't have nothing to do with this. But
Okay.
you cannot solicit on this property.
We just paid to rent out the penthouse to shoot up there. So
You can't solicit like this on this property.
keep shooting.
All right. Well, then I'd go through my management.
You got to keep shooting, man. Okay. Well, you can put it on your shoulder. Don't be shy.
Come with me, Buzz.
You really like attention, don't you?
You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't. Calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying
Will
I
you
misrepresented
get
myself.
away from me?
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
They ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth. Y'all ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never went. Never went. Nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth. Y'all ain't never went.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
That's not an 8-year-old's question. That's my question. I want to know, but I think I know.
Because we didn't go there, and
They never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went.
WikiLeaks has released more classified documents than the rest of the world's media combined.
Picking up the wounded. Energetic information engaged. Light them all up.
You ought to be in picture.
That's the best. Let's say it's another one to Fred. I think that's awfully good. That one and the one before it was pretty good.
Do we have about 15 seconds?
Oh yeah, you got a lot of time here.
I claim this land in the name of...
What do you got now?
Now move.
because we didn't go there, and
Ready? And action. Cut it, Jim. Very good. Quit that.
Turn 4.
He needs to go off this mark.
Once more, please.
Otherwise, he, train. Let me walk it. I don't want to back in the middle of it.
Here's what we really need is for him to go to his left and then kind of veer back. Is that right?
because we didn't go there, and because we didn't go there, and
Exactly right, and it has to be. We have to be high enough so that we've got you against blue sky and not against Earth as you're coming in. You're coming in a descending approach as you get in.
Over. We can rehearse it. Said, go back and we'll rehearse it and see how it looks.
because we didn't go there, and because we didn't go there, and
Ready and turn.
Use the second marker there.
Love you,
Yeah. This is a hell of a time not to.
That's right.
We're in a little deep now,
Right.
fella, let me tell you.
We're rolling.
Stand by, here we go.
Marker?
Right now. Jim, that was better.
Forget it. Wait a minute.
The third seat. Okay.
because we didn't go there, and
The third seat. Okay. Cut the third.
Tail sight coming up right now.
Right now. Jim, that was better.
Rehearsal, guys.
Okay. All right, this is just rehearsal. Ready and action.
They never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went.
We had to make a pen float in space close by William Sylvester, who was lying asleep in a seat. So we devised a rig, which was a large circular sheet of glass surrounded by steel and bearings so that we could rotate the sheet of glass. And then we had some double-sided tape, newly invented, and we put the pen on the with the double-sided tape on the glass, and then we rotated the glass so it floated in space.
The pen would float out of his pocket and gradually make its way to the other end of the studio and have to be rescued from space, just to make people realize the problems of being in space.
The stewardess then was walking down the corridor between the seats, and she came up and grabbed hold of the pen and walked off. She had to use stiction, you know, to get rid of the stiction of the double-sided, so you can actually see her pull it off the glass if you look carefully. I think probably if she'd twisted it slightly, it may have worked better, but it worked.
Your pen, sir, it's floating out again.
They ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went.
I don't want to be presumptuous here. I can call you Buzz, okay?
That's a legal name, passport, driver's license.
And I am Uncle Coney tonight.
Coney.
Let's talk about this, because this is fascinating. I remember very clearly, I think anybody who was alive at the time does. I remember my parents waking me up, and we went down and we watched you guys land on the moon.
No, you didn't.
What?
Because there wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
There wasn't any television. There wasn't anybody taking a picture. You watched animation.
See, you associated what you saw with...
I have very hazy memories.
I know.
Well, no, but what we saw was we all were gathered around the old curved-top radio and listened.
Talking about, you know, how many feet we were going to the left and right, and then I said, contact light, engine stop.
It was
and
exciting.
A few other things, and then Neil said, Houston, Tranquility Base, the Eagle has landed. Man, how about that?
That was very exciting.
Not a bad line.
Yeah. This was
not a bad line. Yeah. This is.
Today we're taking a crucial step to secure America's future in space by reviving the National Space Council after it has been dormant almost 25 years, if you can believe it. During the campaign, Vice President Pence promised that our administration, because Mike's very much into space, would revive the National Space Council. And with this executive order, we're keeping that promise. I feel very strongly about it. I felt strongly about it for a long time. I used to say, before doing what I did, I used to say, what happened? Why aren't we moving forward? Today's announcement sends a clear signal to the world that we are restoring America's proud legacy of leadership in space. The human soul yearns for discovery. By unlocking the mysteries of the universe, we unlock truths within ourselves. That's true. Our journey into space will not only make us stronger and more prosperous, but will unite us behind grand ambitions and bring us all closer together. Wouldn't that be nice? Can you believe that space is going to do that? I thought politics would do that. Well, we'll have to rely on space. Every launch into the skies is another step forward toward a future where our differences seem small against the vast expanse of our common humanity. Sometimes you have to view things from a distance in order to see the real truth.
-10, 9, 8, we have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
They ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never to the truth, y'all ain't never win. It's food for a minute, but we walk now. They getting hot under the collar, cause the truth I try to take Genesis and cover it under the rock. But you can't hide what the master already knows about. This population is programmed, spoon-fed news for food. They wanna go to Mars, but they ain't never touched the moon. The proof is in the pudding, I don't need to see no rocks. For the judgment of your character, you like to punch a lot. Your body language suspect, like you wanna get out of here. Cause the truth is, you ain't never left up out of here. We firm in this firmament, you already heard of it. The moon is a luminary, so you can't land on it. Play the tape.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Y'all never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went. This deception is impressive, we not dealing with the man. This was designed by fallen angels who fabricated the plan. This ain't conspiracy theories, this conspiracy facts. If you can't go to the moon, that means this earth we own is flat. But what kind of song is that? They think my mind off track. This is the most clear than I ever been, cause the truth is the new black. If we went to the moon in 69, why we never went back? That's because we ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Earth orbit, that's the farthest that we can go. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually. The moon, Mars, the moon.
We're addicted to our own limitations. We're only freezing in the lower vibration. Wandering the static of distorted frequency, oscillating currents of erratic energy. Rise a little higher to correct this cosmology. Escape the boundary of temporality. Liberating from this material. Hesitate, fall away. This knowledge is a path to infinity. Keep my eyes, keep my eyes.
The map makers. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into the USGS, otherwise known as the map makers of the world, and a few surprising things that they and others have in common with the flat Earth idea. All the reference links are provided in the description below, and I encourage you to check them out. For those of you outside the United States, USGS stands for United States Geological Survey, a scientific branch of the U.S. government. Formed in 1879, and with the help of the ever-expanding American Empire, they quickly became the premier map makers of the known world. Currently, they have around 9,000 employees and an annual budget of over $1 billion a year. They also have extensive science departments covering biology, geography, geology, hydrology, and many programs tied to them. Their motto since the 1990s has been "Science for a Changing World," and I'm going to show you how true that really is. What does this large, really boring government group have to do with the flat Earth? To understand that, you have to look into their origins, which is in geography. To do this, you'll need to open another page that specializes in maps. The maps you see in this video are from Wikipedia, but there are others you can reference as well. The wiki list of map projections isn't much to look at as a whole, although there are a number of interesting takes on the world view. Not only do they have just about every perspective when it comes to the land we live on, but some detailed information on where the map originated, including name type, the origin or creator, and the year the map perspective was proposed. Now, some of these will be very familiar, especially the ones that you would see on your classroom wall. There are a number of variations here, but the one that has been debated on recently would be this one, the Gauls-Peters, which accurately shows the size difference between the continents, the most obvious clue being that the white continent of Greenland is actually tiny compared to Africa. But I digress. If you keep going down through all the different shapes, you'll get into circular maps, but only one of these is a top-down perspective that shows the continents in the center, surrounded by an unbroken ring of ice. In Wiki, it's called the azimuthal equidistant, and just to make it easier, I'm going to abbreviate and call it AE for short. Why is this map so interesting? Well, if you're looking at the Wiki page, you'll spot a few reasons. The first is that in the notes section of the map, and I quote, "Used by the USGS in the National Atlas of the United States." It also mentions that it is used as the emblem of the United Nations. Of all the maps on this screen, it is the only one that references a group of any kind. And if you keep this page open and navigate over to the Flat Earth section of Wiki, you'll notice towards the bottom of the page a similar map. I've referenced it here, and you can tell quite easily it's identical, but not referenced or linked as the AE model. To make things even more strange, we go back to the USGS model, and you see that it was first proposed 1,000 years ago, and you may think, well, that's a bad link. So you compare it with the person who proposed it, and you get this guy, Al-Biruni. Who was Al-Biruni? Well, he lived around 1,000 years ago and was considered one of the greatest scholars of his era, schooled in multiple sciences. Have you ever heard of him? I hadn't. Maybe it's multiple bad references in Wiki. Well, no, because NASA knows who he is and named this moon crater after him.
That'd be really
So why is the USGS
We're not
using a
strong
version
enough.
of the world map
Please,
designed by
I
a
got
1,000-year-old
nothing against these
Persian
guys, and I'm only
scientist?
trying to
What are they wearing?
Because it's correct.
That's all I'm trying
That's
to do.
why. So to be
You're
clear,
fucking killing
let's
me
compare them
over
again.
and over and over.
The United Nations
I
flag,
give up.
the
Take
USGS
all
official
my
map
shit.
of the Earth,
I don't care.
and the Flat Earth model. All identical, but one isn't recognized and instead ridiculed as an outdated look at the world. And this is one of those political quandaries that the authority gets stuck in. The short version is this. The government is on the same page as the Flat Earth, but they can't admit it, even in confidence. We know the Earth isn't flat, they say, but it really is. We know you use the same map as we do, but ours is just an image. And anyone who says differently is obviously crazy. It makes you wonder how long the USGS has been using that model as an official reference. The United Nations started using it for their logos in 1945, and then made some final adjustments in 1947. And the UN flag also raises a few questions, like, why isn't Antarctica represented on the map? Is it supposed to be assumed in the outer circle, or perhaps the spiky olive branches on the outside? They don't mention it anywhere online. And this is what I'd like to focus on. The gaps, the holes in the plot, the unanswered questions. The USGS using the same map as the Flat Earth, but not saying why, not recognizing it, or that you can't link the very same image from the Flat Earth Wiki back to the actual AE definition of the projection. The authority figured out in the 1950s all of the borders of our enclosed world, and have done a great job hiding it over the decades. But the world's a complex place, and there are clues out there just lying around. I think it's time you saw some of them. So do some of your own research and ask questions. Please feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631.
The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leadeth me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He leadeth me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake.
Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil.
I fear no, I will show you fear in a handful of dust. What are the roots that clutch?
Yeah,
what branches
you're running in
grow out of this stone, you rubbish? Son of man, you cannot say or guess, for you know only a heap of broken images, where the sun beats, and the dead tree gives no shelter, the cricket no relief, and the dry stone no sound of water. Only there is shadow under this red rock. Come in under the shadow of this red rock, and I will show you something different from either your shadow at morning striding behind you, or your shadow at evening, rising to meet you. I will show you fear in a handful of dust. A handful of dust. I will fear evil. I will fear no evil, no evil. For thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Ah, there you are. Good morning. We're still here stranded, but at least now the sun is rising. I'm hoping our vessel will be fixed very soon. But while we are still stranded, it's a good time to talk about this key I hold. This key is a kind of master key, and as we continue in our search for the rest and attempt to unlock certain doors, we will also use this master key to enrich our understanding of certain matters. As you will soon see, this master key unites many of the topics and matters of our concern, primarily the matter of lost time and history, of old world architecture, of our lost cosmology, and of the energetics of the world we live in. Our master key is complex and holds a wealth of information. We will not be discussing all it has to offer now, but rather just a small fraction of its secrets. I'm hoping what we will discuss now will prepare us well for the first door. But as we continue, we will often need to set aside further time to investigate our master key in more detail, especially in light of new information. Let's crack on. It is no great secret that the two primary luminaries above our heads, the sun and the moon, function as time-keeping instruments. Time, as we know it, comes from our sun and moon. The sun rises in the east each morning and sets in the west each evening. From its rising in the east on the previous morning, it takes 24 hours for it to rise again in the east the following morning. Everyone knows that one whole minute is 60 seconds, and that 60 minutes make an hour, and that after 24 hours each day ends and another begins. And this is represented by our clocks. Looking at a clock, it is almost impossible to state when time actually began. It could have started at any hour. The hands of the clock continue to run in a cyclical manner day after day, year after year. And we all know that there are 12 months in a year, and that every 3 months, every quarter of a year, the Earth transitions from one season to another. Life on Earth begins and renews itself in the spring. The plants on Earth capture our seasons perfectly. They grow in the spring, flourish in the summer, begin to wither and wilt in the autumn, and come winter, the trees are barren. But as we enter spring again, a new year, the plants begin to grow again. Just like the hands of the clock, life continues. It renews and keeps going in a cyclical manner. The great circle of life. All circles have 360 degrees. The diameter of every circle is proportional to the radius. The traditional clock face is a circle of 360 degrees. And in watching the moon, we see the moon takes on a similar pattern as the seasons. Each month begins with a new moon, and as the month progresses, the moon waxes or grows into a crescent, then a quarter, then a gibbous, until it finally reaches a full moon. And then as the month continues into its second half, the moon begins to wane, back through a gibbous, a quarter, and a crescent until old, and then the whole process begins again. What the sun and seasons do over the course of a year, the moon does every month, like clockwork. And we live inside of this clockwork. We live inside of God's clock. But in case you hadn't noticed, this clock doesn't run as smoothly as one would expect. God made everything in perfect measure, but for some reason, he assigned 29.53059 days for the moon to complete its phases, and 365.2422 days for the sun to journey from one vernal or spring equinox to another. Not only do these figures resist a tidy 360, the degrees of the circle, but they actually resist providing a convenient whole number for us. How can you have 0.2422 of a day and 0.53059 of a month? And this has proven problematic for pretty much all cultures when trying to establish their calendars. To reconcile a proper calendar in the seasonal cycle, the sun cycle must be manipulated to make that extra 0.2422 into a whole number. Adding a day every 4 years almost gets you there, but this then changes the average length of the calendar year over the course of 4 years to 365.25. If we subtract the solar year with this average calendar year, then we can see that it still overshoots the year by 0.0078 days, or 11 minutes and 14 seconds. 0.0078 days needs to be rounded up to 0.0080 or down to 0.0075. There is always a remainder. To reconcile this issue, those in charge of establishing official calendars employ intercalation. Intercalation in timekeeping is the insertion of a leap day, week, or month into some calendar years to make the calendar follow the seasons or moon phases. In the solar calendars, this is done by adding an extra day to the calendar every 4 years, and we call this a leap year. It's not spot on, but it's close enough. The lunar calendars, in their most common form, intercalate an extra day in the final month of the year 11 times over the course of 30 years. In calendar systems that use both the sun and the moon, or what is termed the lunar solar calendar, an extra 13th month or leap month is added every second or third year. It's all very complicated, and trying to dissect the way our calendars have transformed, manipulated, and misplaced time throughout history induces a swift and sharp headache. Because of the multitude of different calendars established throughout time by diverse cultures, and because ultimately our very own luminaries resist upholding tidy timekeeping behaviors, tracing time back through the calendar is an almost impossible task. If meaning, in the form of writing, is vulnerable to being lost in translation, then recorded time suffers the same susceptibility of being lost in intercalation. How to tell how much time has actually passed if the sun and moon, who inspired the very act of timekeeping in the first place, do not keep tidy time themselves? And this is what is of concern now. Why do our luminaries, primarily our sun, not behave in the way we would like them to behave in respect to time? At the end of Volume 1, the moon emerged as an unlikely but central character in our story. But it's now time to turn to another central character, that of the sun, whose importance is, in many ways, even greater. The sun is our master key. In 1999, J.L. Hilbrun, professor of the history of physics and astronomy at the University of California, published a very interesting book titled The Sun in the Church. Its primary argument, or point of exploration, is in dissecting the notion that the Roman Catholic Church gave more financial and social support to the study of astronomy for over 6 centuries. From the recovery of ancient learning during the late Middle Ages into the Enlightenment than any other and probably all other institutions. For prominent flat earthers, this statement will be of no surprise. Many have documented just how involved the church and Jesuits became in funding and shaping the heliocentric lie that has now come to have a firm hold over most of us since the beginning of our lives. To call Hilbrun's book a riveting read would be a lie. It's just as much a headache as some of the topics it covers, primarily that of somersault mathematics that the Jesuit-funded astronomers formulated in trying to justify the so-called science behind the heliocentric model, and the multiple commissions of the church in trying to align Easter with the vernal or spring equinox. In Hilbronn's book, we are given an insight into the competing world of astronomers who are all trying to please the church and keep their funding going steady. The tensions we see emerge between the astronomers and the church is that between promoting heliocentrism, which directly oppose the church's desire to keep the model of the universe a geocentric one. As you know, the heliocentric model places the sun in the center of the solar system, and all the planets revolve and orbit around it. In the geocentric model, the Earth is at the center of the whole system, and stationary, while the sun and planets revolve and orbit around the Earth. And the geocentric model aligns more appropriately with the Bible. The tensions between the astronomers' push for heliocentrism and the church's desire to keep the Earth at the center of it all is a carefully orchestrated historical narrative and, as per usual, not organic or innocent. Just like the politics of today, the left-wing heliocentric model and the right-wing geocentric model are, in essence, just two wings of the same bird. And that bird is spherical. While on the surface, the church seemed like it wanted to keep heliocentrism at bay for fear of promoting a model that is in direct opposition to what the Bible specifically states, that the sun and moon move above us and that we are stationary, what they were really doing is orchestrating a head-to-head between two schools of thought, geocentrism versus heliocentrism. But in both schools, our realm is an unbelievable, unscientific spherical mass. This wasn't a flat plane going up against a sphere. This was a sphere at the center coming up against a sphere flying around a gigantic sun. Alas, the narrative of geocentrism versus heliocentrism is the tired old familiar playbook of funding both sides. But the war was already won before they started their pantomime. The Earth was declared a sphere. All they needed to do now was have the scientists and mathematicians declare that their findings worked better when the sun was at the center of it all. Mission accomplished. Poor geocentrism. It got used and abused on purpose to usher in heliocentrism. Now I know what you're thinking. Great, this guy is giving us a boring history lesson on the dusty old Jesuits who probably didn't even exist in the way we are told. I know, but keep focused. What follows is so important and we cannot progress without understanding it. It will be worth it in the end. What is absolutely fascinating about Hilbronn's book is that he demonstrates that, contrary to the astropolitics of the time, the church had actually invited the sun into its arms long before heliocentrism was declared the winner. In a manner reminiscent of the Roman Empire's fusion of pagan sun worship with Christian doctrine, the Jesuits permitted and funded a handful of astronomers to set up instruments to monitor the behavior of the sun right inside some of the greatest cathedrals ever constructed. These instruments are called meridianas. They are a type of heliometer, an instrument for measuring the behavior of the sun. A meridiana is a meridian line that runs from south to north in a large dark space or building with a hole in its roof. It is primarily constructed to observe the position of the sun's noon image. Meridianas are a type of pinhole gnomon. In essence, a gnomon is a simple instrument, usually a stick in the ground, that allows the observer to track the direction and position of the shadows cast by the position of the sun in the sky. This is how sundials work, and in observing the shadows of a sundial, the observer can ascertain what time it is. Rather than a shadow, the pinhole meridiana casts a sunspot or sun image through its hole. This sunspot will fall somewhere on the meridian line, and the sunspot will travel up the meridian until the sun outside reaches the highest point in the sky. When the sun reaches its highest point in the sky, this is what we call its zenith. And when the sun is at its zenith, this is officially solar noon. As the year progresses through the seasons, the height of the sun's zenith at solar noon will change. and so will the position of the sunspot on the meridiana. Please note, I am using the term zenith here to describe the sun's highest point in the sky on any given day. I am not using it in the strict astronomical sense of the sun being 90 degrees above our head. We will get to that much later. The gnomon of Saint Sulpice in Paris is a very famous example of one of these instruments. Here we see the meridian line run across the floor of the church and up to an obelisk. They placed the obelisk here because the church was not long enough to contain the length of the path of the sunspots throughout the year. As you can see from the diagram here, in winter the sunspot will directly hit the obelisk. This is because in the northern hemisphere, during winter the sun's zenith, its highest point at solar noon, is lower in the sky. As the year progresses through to spring, the sunspot will have tracked down from the obelisk and fall on the circle near the middle. This is the marker for the spring equinox. During the spring equinox, the sun's zenith is higher at solar noon than during the winter months. And as the summer begins, the sunspot will have journeyed all the way up to the start of the meridian line here. Solar noon during summer is when the sun reaches its highest point in the sky during its annual journey. As autumn begins, the sun's highest point becomes lower in apparent height and the sunspot makes its way back to the circle here for the autumn equinox. Now that's great. The astronomers of the Middle Ages and all the way up until the 19th century got their kicks out of creating holes in wonderful structures so they could watch the sunspot dance back and forth throughout the year. But this is not what they were really up to. They were monitoring the position of the sunspot annually and tracking the way it deviated between annual equinoxes and solstices. And maybe you're starting to think, hang on a minute, maybe the narrative is all fake and our advanced historical ancestors, the ones who built these huge structures that acted as energy generators, also made them function as huge gnomons to track the luminaries. It's a fancy thought, but not quite. Establishing a meridiana was no easy feat. It often required astronomers to commission drastic reflooring of these structures in order to achieve a flat level. Giovanni Cassini's method of leveling the ground is an excellent example. As Hilbrun explains, Cassini dug a ditch along the calculated course of the line, placed a wooden canal in the ditch, and filled the canal with water to provide an accurate level. Ah, the irony. The leading historical figures of astronomy had to turn to the immutable and uncurvable nature of water to achieve an accurate level, so they could track the movement of the sun. Did they know, or were they just blinded by obsessively looking at the sun? The question we need to ask, however, is why were the astronomers between the 1500s and 1800s obsessively tracking the sun's position during the equinoxes and solstices? We must now turn our attention to what the sun above us is actually doing. And it's time to talk about the obliquity of the ecliptic and the precession of the equinoxes again. Now, I broadly introduce these concepts in our examination of the moon. What I now need you to do is forget everything we explored here and in this model that I presented. We will return to it much later, but for now, forget it. To understand a crucial aspect of our master key, I need to discuss these concepts first of all, and ironically, in heliocentric model terms, and then geocentric plane model terms, or what is referred to as the flat earth model. What I am going to try and explain now is not hard to get your head around, but it is very complex, and I will try my best. As you know, in the heliocentric model, the Earth rotates on its axis, and in addition to doing this, it orbits the Sun. One rotation on its axis is a day, roughly 24 hours, and one full orbit of the Sun is a year, or 365.2422 days. Instead of the Earth's poles being situated upright on the globe, they are displaced at an angle of roughly 23.4 degrees.
This is what we call the axial tilt. The Earth rotates on this axis. In the heliocentric model, the Earth's spin and orbit are not the only movements. There are also 3 Milankovitch cycles, named after the Serbian geophysicist and astronomer who theorized them, which describe the changes in the Earth's movement and the impact it has on seasonality and locality of solar energy. Accepted scientific theory posits that the Earth's axis is slowly changing. According to this theory, there are a handful of ways it is changing, and they are happening simultaneously and slowly. We have already spoken about one of these changes, the first Milankovitch cycle, that of the change in orientation of the Earth's rotational axes, or what is called the precession of the equinoxes. Because the Earth is apparently tilted and rotates, scientists have used the analogy of a spinning top to describe this kind of axial movement. Like a spinning top, Earth doesn't just rotate in a fixed-like manner at an angle of 23.4 degrees, but traces out a cone-like trajectory very slowly over time. Because of this cone-like trajectory, the designation of our pole star directly above our North Pole, which is currently Polaris, will slowly change. Due to this precession, our pole star 5,000 years ago was Tuban, in the constellation of Draco. In 13,000 years from now, our pole star will no longer be Polaris, but will point directly at Vega in the Lyra constellations. Another way this precession is observable is in the rest of the stars above us. If our rotational axis changes to point at a different pole star, then all the positions of the stars and constellations we witness above will have also changed. And, as we discussed, one of the main demonstrations of the stars drifting from their fixed positions is the precession of the equinoxes. This drift happens very slowly, at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years, an entire constellation every 2,160 years. We can observe this by tracking the Sun's position on the equinox relative to the fixed stars beyond. The second Milankovitch cycle is much easier to grasp. It pertains to the shape of the Earth's orbital path around the Sun, or what is officially referred to as the eccentricity of the Earth's orbital cycle. The theory posits that the orbital shape of the Earth's path around the Sun fluctuates from circular to elliptical over a period of 100,000 years. As the theory states, these oscillations from circular to elliptical have a dramatic impact on glaciation, as they alter the distance of the Earth from the Sun, which therefore alters the amount of solar radiation that the Earth is exposed to. The eccentricity is affected by the gravitational attraction of the other planets, we are told, and is currently near its least elliptical, or most circular, and continues to decrease. The final Milankovitch cycle pertains to the shifting axial tilt of the Earth, or the shifting obliquity of its axes. Oblique is an adjective which means having a slanted or sloping direction, course or position, inclined, designating geometric lines or planes that are neither parallel or perpendicular. And in the heliocentric model, Earth's axis is indeed slanted. But in this model, we do not just live on a tilted and bloated spherical spinning top that is at once rotating and tracing out a cone-like trajectory, but its tilt also fluctuates. As you know, the current obliquity or tilt is 23.4 degrees, but this obliquity shifts and fluctuates between 21.1 and 24.5 degrees over a period of 41,000 years, we are told. And yet, despite all their model's complexity, we have yet to feel any motion in regard to the Earth. It is almost impossible to talk about the Sun's position in the sky as if we were orbiting the Sun. Try it yourselves. Sit in your gardens and parks and speak about the position of the Sun as if we were moving. It's morning and sunrise, which means we have spun half our cycle since yesterday evening. It feels weird to speak this way because it is unnatural. And this is because we do not feel any motion in regard to the Earth. What we actually perceive with our own eyes is the sun changing its path in the sky throughout the year. So let's try and conceptualize what this obliquity of the ecliptic looks like here on Earth. And to do this, let's head over to the equator for the equinox. The sun hasn't risen yet, so let's expand our viewpoint in anticipation. What we see here when looking out at this expanded viewpoint is what is termed the celestial sphere. It is an abstract concept, and in the spherical Earth model, surrounds a spinning ball. Now, we can divide this celestial screen in half, and this is what is known as a celestial equator. And just like the geographic equator divides the north and south of our so-called planets in half equally, the celestial equator divides the sky. We are on the geographical equator at 0 degrees latitude, so it divides our sky screen here equally. Ah, here comes the sun. Watch closely. As you can see, when positioned on the equator during the equinox, the sun reaches its true zenith, which means it is directly overhead at 90 degrees. As you can also see, the sun travels the celestial equator here perfectly. It is currently 1 PM. It will continue to traverse the celestial equator until it sets. Now, let's rewind the sun to 1 PM and see what happens as we progress through the months of the year, keeping our time fixed at 1 PM. As you can see, the sun at 1 PM changes position. It weaves between the celestial equator like a serpent. As you can see, the celestial equator remains fixed here, but there is another line carrying the sun. This line is called the ecliptic. And as you can also see, the ecliptic has both northerly and southerly limitations. The sun does not track past this line to the north and this line to the south in its annual journey. These lines mark the tropic lines of latitude, Cancer and Capricorn, which form at 23.4 degrees north and south of the equator. If the ecliptic is the annual path of the sun, then the obliquity is the northern and southern limitations of this path. There is no 23.4 degrees tilt of the Earth, but the sun deviates 23.4 degrees either side of the celestial equator during its annual journey. I understand this is quite hard to visualize, so let's spend some more time on it. To conceptualize this, we will use 4 different points in the year: the equinoxes and the solstices. Here is the path of the sun throughout the day at the equator during the spring equinox. And now the summer solstice. And the autumn equinox. And finally the winter solstice. As you can see, there are 2 forms of motion here in regard to the sun. The first is a daily motion across the sky, and the second is the yearly drifting of this daily motion to the tropic lines of latitude and back. The annual drifting of the sun to the tropic lines is the obliquity of its path. Let's now relocate to 50 degrees latitude in the northern hemisphere and see what this looks like from this location. This is the spring equinox. And now the summer solstice. The autumn equinox. And finally, again, the winter solstice. While it appears that the sun's height is changing throughout the year, it is ultimately an optical illusion. For instance, during the solstices at 50 degrees latitude north, it appears that the sun is higher in summer and lower in winter. But if we change our perspective to face southwest and combine the 2 images, you can see the sun is not increasing and decreasing in height during its annual journey, but its location relative to the celestial equator changes. Therefore, it looks higher in the summer in the northern hemisphere as it is journeying the Tropic of Cancer, and therefore closer to those living in this location. And it looks lower in the winter as it journeys the Tropic of Capricorn as it is further away. There is a very profound paradox surrounding this, and we will explore it much later in our journey. But play around with vanishing point vectors and it may become apparent. In all its simplicity, the obliquity of the ecliptic is nothing more than the geographic limitations of the sun's annual pathway. And these limitations are located at 23.4 degrees north and south of the equator. And as you saw in this demonstration, the sun's annual journey across its ecliptic pathway forms like a serpent sine wave or energized helix. You can also see that at some point the ecliptic line traverses the celestial equator. This occurs twice a year, and this is what we call the equinoxes. It is the meeting of two lines. And you can see here on the equinox, when the sun is at solar noon, that the cross these lines form visually represents the obliquity of the sun's path. There is a 23.4 degree difference between both the ecliptic pathway of the sun and the celestial equator. This is the obliquity of the ecliptic, or what the scientists have termed E. And it's because of the obliquity, because the sun drifts between the northern and southern tropics annually, that we have changing seasons. The heliocentric model posits that the obliquity of the sun's apparent pathway in the sky above us is due to the Earth's axial tilt. In this model, the seasons occur because of the tilt of the Earth. For instance, as the Earth journeys away from the spring equinox, the northern hemisphere tips more towards the sun due to the axial tilt. This means it is summer in the northern hemisphere. As the Earth rotates, the angle of its tilt changes, and therefore the seasons begin to change because of the variations in solar light and radiation hitting the northern and southern hemispheres. In the flat Earth model, it is the sun that is moving above us. This model attempts to capture the sun's path and its obliquity through the concept of a spiral coil. From the equator, the sun spirals inward until it reaches the Tropic of Cancer north at 23.4 degrees latitude. It then spirals outward back to the equator for the equinox, and then keeps going until reaching the Tropic of Capricorn south at 23.4 degrees latitude. And although this model's conception of the sun's annual pathway is not entirely accurate, it is accurate in its argument that it is the sun above us that is moving and that its annual pathway deviates from the equator. To summarize then, the annual path of the sun does not continually traverse the celestial equator, but deviates north and south on its ecliptic line, reaching a maximum of 23.4 degrees latitude. And the angle, or degrees, between the ecliptic pathway and the celestial equator is what is termed as the obliquity of the ecliptic, or E. And in addition to the seasons, one of the key ways this obliquity and the second Milankovitch cycle of eccentricity affects our lives here on Earth is in the difference between the hands of the man-made clock and the actual behaviour of the sun clock above us. Hilbrand's research demonstrates that both the church and the astronomers from the 16th century onwards were obsessed with monitoring the annual path of the sun and tracking any deviations that occurred each year. And they found that meridianas were a good way to do this. But the meridiana and the vast amount of sundials and other heliometers that were appearing in excess throughout European cities and towns up into the 19th century also provided a service to the locals. They were able to congregate around a sundial around local noon to reset their clocks. The locals could watch the shadow of the sundial approach noon and wind their clocks to make sure they were running on accurate time. But there was a problem, for you see, before the establishment of time zones and standardized time, noon happened at different times within the same country and even within the same city. As well as forming a reliance on town sundials, the locals also relied on church bells to chime at the right moment to ascertain the time and wind their clocks. But for those living in a city such as Rome, according to Hilbron, it might take 20 minutes or more for all the churches in the city to ring in the same hour. The disparity in sounding the hours among church clocks throughout Europe, he continues, was notorious. And it was up to the individual to ensure they kept running on true time. As one Jesuit teaching manual from the time preached, the clocks almost never agree. You must overcome this defect by your diligence. And this disparity between the man-made clock and the actual sun clock above us presents itself because of the obliquity of the ecliptic and the sun's eccentricity. The reason for this is because our clocks make the intervals between each successive day equal to 24 hours. If it is noon on a Tuesday, then you can guarantee that in 24 hours time, your wristwatch will tell you it's noon on a Wednesday. Our clocks are regular and standardized. If you look at your wristwatch and see that it is 9 PM on a Friday, then you can feel reassured that 24 hours later, the hands will be striking 9 PM on Saturday. But the sun above us does not act in this regular and standardized manner. For instance, solar noon on the 7th of April occurred at 12:56 PM. But a month later on the 7th of May, it occurred 4 minutes earlier at 12:52 PM. If the sun only journeyed the celestial equator, like it does on the equinoxes, then the sun and the clock would align and solar noon would occur every day at the same time. But because of its obliquity, it slowly starts to fall out of sync with the man-made clock in its annual journey. And as the locals soon found out, the amount of discrepancy between their clocks and the actual time told by the shadows cast from the sun above changed from day to day. The fault was not only in the clock. No matter how accurate its movement, a clock made to tell equal hours throughout the year must disagree with the sun most of the time. And that was fine, as the locals ensured they kept their clocks aligned to the sun. But then another problem arose. As the locals became good at congregating around town sundials and making sure their watch time and the sun time aligned, they would notice that during 2 periods of the year, the shadows of the sundial would move faster and slower than the hands of their clocks. This is the effect of the second Milankovitch cycle, the sun's eccentricity. Because the sun's annual pathway between its tropic limitations is not a true circle, but is slightly elliptical, the sun moves a maximum of 14 minutes slower in February than a man-made clock, and moves at a maximum of around 16 minutes faster than the clock during November. Remember, on the 7th of April, solar noon occurred at 12:56 PM, while on the 7th of November, it occurred at 11:40 AM, a whole 16 minutes faster, including the hour for daylight saving. And that's because the sun's annual pathway between its tropic limitations is not a true circle, but is slightly elliptical, and therefore doesn't move with one regular speed, but speeds up and slows down during 2 times throughout the year. And if you combine both the effects of the obliquity and the eccentricity, you end up with a graph looking like this. The horizontal line here represents our man-made standardized clocks that bring in each new day with 24-hour-long intervals between successive days. But the positive and negative crests of the sine wave here represents the way the sun clock above us deviates from the man-made clock throughout the year. The positive is when the sun is faster than the clock, and the negative is when it is slower than the clock. And the difference between the sun's irregular behavior and the clock's regular tidy ticking is what is called the equation of time. If you were to set up a camera in the same spot and take a photograph of the sun throughout the year, ensuring that you took the photograph at the exact same clock time each day, you'd witness something very, very special. It's called the analemma. It is one of the most magnificent and mind-blowing phenomena related to the luminaries, and it captures the influence of the obliquity and the eccentricity of the sun's path perfectly. The shape of the analemma, the figure of 8 with uneven lobes, or some might even say the figure of a fish, is a celestial embodiment of the equation of time. If there were no obliquity and eccentricity, and the sun ran as our man-made clocks run, if each interval between successive solar noons was in fact 24 hours, then there would be no analemma throughout the year. The sun would appear at the same point in the sky at the same time of day throughout the year. The analemma would be a dot. If the sun's obliquity, its northern and southern drifting, was still present, but the eccentricity of the path was circular and not elliptical like it is today, then the analemma would be a symmetrical figure of 8, and its southern and northern lobes would be of equal size. And really, the easiest way to demonstrate just how much the obliquity of the ecliptic, the 23.4 degrees drifting, of the sun in its annual path to the north and the south, affects our lives on Earth is to imagine if it didn't exist at all. Let's also imagine that the eccentricity was always circular. If we reduce the obliquity to 0 degrees so that the sun's path ran completely perpendicular to the celestial equator throughout the year, then not only would the sun keep tidy time and align with our clocks, but there would be no seasonal fluctuations, and day and night would be equal length, day in, day out, year in, year out. And John Milton, in his epic poem Paradise Lost, theorized that the sun's path in the pre-fallen Edenic world had no obliquity. Some say he bid his angels turn askance, the poles of the earth twice 10 degrees and more, from the sun's axle. They with labour pushed oblique the central globe. But what would happen if the obliquity increased to 90 degrees? The limitations of the sun's path, the tropic lines of latitude, would then be relocated to here. And there would be a dramatic effect on seasonality. A lot of ice would melt, wouldn't you say? And here is where it gets very interesting. As Hilbrun's The Sun in the Church explores, the Jesuits and astronomers were not just flexing their mathematical prowess in trying to determine whether the Earth orbited the Sun or vice versa. They were obsessively checking whether the obliquity was shifting. As early as 2000 BC, different cultures were measuring the obliquity, we are told. And it was widely believed during the Middle Ages that the obliquity oscillated around a mean value. What does this mean? Since the Middle Ages, the 23.4 degrees has been, give or take, the accepted mean average. And Milankovitch later hypothesized that Earth's axial tilt varies over a 41,000 year period from 22.1 to 24.5 degrees. And like we just briefly demonstrated, if the angle of obliquity were to change, then both tropics would move in tandem. As you know, there are 5 prominent circles of latitude. We have the Arctic and Antarctic circles, the Tropic of Cancer and Capricorn, and in the middle we have the equator. These lines of latitude are what is known as parallels. They are bound by one another. If one were to move, then another line of latitude would also move in parallel. In the flat Earth model, this would mean these concentric spiral rings would begin to shift in parallel, either moving closer together or further apart. If the obliquity changed to 10 degrees, then they would shift closer to the equator. If the shift went to 60 degrees, then they would move further apart. In the less popular and underrated rectangular models of flat Earth, the same thing would happen. The tropic limitations would shift closer or further from the equator, and the Arctic and Antarctic lines would also be relocated. And you might want to ask, why did Milankovitch only hypothesize a shift in obliquity between 22.1 and 24.5 degrees? A shift of 1.1 degrees from 23.4 to 24.5 and 1.3 degrees from 23.4 to 22.1 seems, after all, quite a small fluctuation in the grand scheme of things. Why wouldn't the obliquity ever go back to 0 degrees or all the way to 90 degrees in their model? Before we theorize, let's quickly examine what Wikipedia tells us about this shift. As they state, the Tropic of Cancer is currently shifting southward at a rate of almost half an arcsecond of latitude, or 15 meters per year. As a result, approximately and on average, the tropical circles are drifting towards the equator and the polar circles toward the poles by 15 meters per year. If the tropics are currently shifting at almost half an arcsecond of latitude each year, how long would this take to see some significant change in their location? Just like how clocks divide the hour into minutes and the minutes into seconds, 1 degree of latitude can be broken down into arc minutes and arc seconds. 60 arc seconds make an arc minute, and 60 arc minutes make 1 degree. Just as there are 3,600 seconds in an hour, there are also 3,600 arc seconds in a degree. If the current rate of shift in obliquity is 1 arc second every 2 years, then we can times 2 by 3,600 and we get a rough, rounded up estimation that it would take 7,200 years for the obliquity to move 1 whole degree. Wow, that is a very long time. It is 100 times slower than the precession of the equinoxes, in which the fixed stars drift from their fixed positions by 1 degree every 72 years. This rate of half an arc second is also consistent with Hilbrand's analysis of the data collected by astronomers between 1700 to 1800. And if Milankovitch is correct, then after 7,200 years, the obliquity will have changed from 23.4 degrees to 22.4 degrees, and will continue to decrease for a few more centuries before turning and beginning to shift back the other way. And now I know what you want to say. They are liars. How do we know the obliquity fluctuates between 22.1 and 24.5 degrees? It could keep decreasing beyond 22.1 degrees. And they've also lied about our history, so how can we trust the alleged data records regarding this shift? The obliquity could have been doing anything in the past. And I agree, they are tremendous liars. The problem with the luminaries, the sky clock above us, is that the drifts and shifts happen very slowly, and we only live an average lifespan of 70 or so years. The motions above us could speed up, slow down, change course, stop altogether, and we wouldn't know about it, especially if the historical data is fraudulent. As Hilbrand states in his introduction, and in his 66th citation, among the old meanings of mathematize there, to mathematize was to cast a spell. There will be time to let our imaginations run away with themselves, but before that, let me introduce you to the work of George Dodwell. In 1934, Australian astronomer George Dodwell turned his attention to the obliquity of the ecliptic. His investigative research spanned many years and was not published in his lifetime. In his study of various ancient astronomical and solar observatories and the data the ancients collected on the shift in obliquity, Dodwell discovered that the historical data, which dated beyond 2000 BC, deviated from the contemporary average rate of half an arc second every year, quite significantly. Dodwell collected all historical measurements of the shift in obliquity, scrutinized them, and then presented them in this graph, titled the Curve of Obliquity. The first thing that is fascinating about Dodwell's graph and findings is that he demonstrates that the obliquity was 25.1 degrees in 2000 BC, which is already beyond Milankovich's threshold of 24.5 degrees. Dodwell also demonstrated that as the obliquity declined over the centuries towards the current 23.4 degrees, it formed a very recognizable pattern. This pattern here, Dodwell argues, is evidence of a curve of recovery. What does this mean? Well, as the obliquity went from 25.1 degrees from 2000 BC to the current 23.4 degrees, it underwent a pattern of oscillation. This is represented here by this sine wave. As the centuries unfolded, the obliquity would decrease slightly and then increase back. It would oscillate. But, and this is crucial, if you look closely, you can see that each successive wave here decreases in size as the centuries continue. These maximum and minimum fluctuations repeat 3 times, but each time they decrease. This pattern, Dodwell states, is what is known as a curve of recovery. And it means that while the obliquity has been decreasing in degrees since beyond 2000 BC, its fluctuations here show that it is actually settling. Dodwell argues this proves a movement of recovery, from a great disturbance back here to a slow fluctuating decrease until reaching an equilibrium around the 19th century here. Dodwell's research implies that, unlike the accepted Milankovitch theory, the shift in obliquity could actually be a stabilization effect that is occurring in the aftermath of a much greater disturbance. Dodwell concluded that this great disturbance was the Great Flood. And that's very interesting. We have John Milton on one hand saying that after the fall of man, God asked his angels to turn the sun's axial oblique. And we have Dodwell on the other demonstrating that the obliquity shifts are actually an attempt to recover in the aftermath of the Great Flood. Could this be why our sun appears out of sync with time? Because a great historical event changed its course? And if Dodwell is correct, then that would mean that this event took place sometime before 2000 BC, or over 4,000 years ago. But what if our timeline is incorrect? What if they have added 1,000 years here or there? This graph would certainly compress if so. We will not be solving the problem of shifting obliquity. We are, after all, mere mortals with short lifespans. But these so-called ancient solar observatories do warrant some further investigation. Are they genuine, or just repurposed sites like the cathedral heliometers? I want to show you something now that's quite remarkable. Look. Whoa. As you just saw, many of the so-called ancient monuments of the past still, to this day, perfectly align with the annual equinox and other key dates. And before you get too excited and start claiming that those of the old world were true masters of the universe and built these structures to align perfectly with the equinox, let's look a little closer at this. The work of Dr. Jayasri Saranathan brought something to my attention that I had not really considered before. The Gregorian calendar was established 439 years ago, in 1582. Around the same time, the astronomers started making holes in cathedrals. And one of the primary purposes for its creation was to stop the calendar drifting from the equinox date of March 21st. As if things were not confusing enough already, the solar or tropical year is determined by the length of time it takes for the sun to journey from one spring equinox to the following spring equinox. And this amounts to 365.2422 days. But a sidereal year is the time it takes for the sun to return to the same position with respect to the fixed stars beyond. The solar year is 20 minutes shorter than the sidereal year, and they tell us this is because of the precession of the equinoxes. Remember, in this theory, the Earth is tracing out a cone-like trajectory, and because of this, the intersecting point here between the celestial equator and the ecliptic, or what we call the equinox, is supposed to be moving backward or westward at a rate of 1 degree every 72 years. If the sun falls behind by 20 minutes a year, this means it falls behind an entire 24 hours, a whole day, every 72 years. As Saranathan states, it is understood that there is no change in the tropical equinoctial date in the Gregorian calendar. The spring equinox always occurs on the 21st of March, or the 20th to 21st of March. As per precession theory, this date must have drifted by 5.9 days since the inception of the Gregorian calendar, 430 years ago, but it is found to be occurring on the same date. These structures should not align with the March 21st equinox date of today if they were built hundreds, if not thousands of years ago, to align with the equinox date of their time. The brainwashed will shout that this is because the Gregorian calendar is constructed to ensure the March equinox pretty much remains the same, give or take a day or two. But the only adjustment in the calendar is for the leap year. You cannot tell me that these structures align exactly on this date because the calendar computes one leap year every 4 years. If this Mayan pyramid was built over 1,000 years ago, then the calendar date of the equinox should have shifted by 13.8 days. The serpent shadow should not appear in March. If Angkor Wat was constructed 900 years ago, then the date should have shifted by 12.5 days. And what about structures like the Temple of Abu Simbel? Every year, on the 22nd of February and October, this chamber is illuminated by the sun to mark King Ramesses' birthday and coronation. These dates are not on the equinox, and yet they still align today, with a structure that has allegedly held this alignment for thousands of years. And we see the same thing here with Newgrange, a structure that is allegedly 5,000 years old, but still aligns with the winter solstice date year after year. This date should have drifted by 69 days. If Stonehenge was constructed over 4,000 years ago, then the calendar date of the summer solstice should have shifted by 55 days, which means it should occur in April. To think these alignments are all the work of the Gregorian calendar is absurd. No, the only reasonable explanation for this is that the Earth and Sun are bound in their alignment, and that there is a complete absence of precession or movement in regard to the Earth. And really, it's marvellous when our two key opponents, that is, his story and heliocentrism, unashamedly enter a stalemate. Mr. Tyson and Mr. Cox want you to believe that not only is our realm a spherical mass that orbits a gigantic sun, which squats stationary millions of miles away, But they also want you to believe that this spherical mass is tilted on its axis, wobbling and precessing. All the while, not one of our senses perceive this motion, and both the ancient structures of the past and the Gregorian calendar prove that there is no axial precession. They prove that the Earth and Sun are bound in their alignment, and it is the Sun that is moving relative to the fixed stars beyond. And then you have the pseudo-archaeologists and pseudo-historians such as John Major Jenkins and Graham Hancock trying to do the damage control. If the Great Pyramid and Angkor Wat have astronomical alignments, then, according to Hancock, this means that they must have been built over 20,000 years ago to align with the precession of the Earth. John Major Jenkins declared that some of these structures and their astronomical alignments mean that they were built as a precessional clock with its alarm set for the 21st century. Yeah, right, it's one of the most ridiculous statements ever made. The Earth is not moving, it is the luminaries that are moving. And there we have it. Are the astronomers lying, or are the historians lying? They have a stalemate, but we have a checkmate. And here is the problem. How genuine are structures like Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid, Angkor Wat, the Temple of Abu Simbel? We do, after all, have proof of them moving and messing with structures like Stonehenge and Abu Simbel. Do you know when Angkor Wat was allegedly rediscovered by the West? In 1860. Why did it need rediscovering? Did you know that Angkor Wat was perfectly replicated for the colonial World's Fairs in Marseille and Paris in the early 20th century, just 60 years after its rediscovery? Just how old are some of these structures, especially the sites that align with the sun? Did you know that many obelisks also functioned as huge gnomons? Even the Great Pyramids themselves, Dodwell writes, were, for practical purposes, essentially gnomons on a gigantic scale. Do you know where they got the inspiration to use the obelisk in St. Sulpice? Ancient Rome. As the legend goes, Augustus erected an obelisk that he stole from Egypt and used it as a huge sundial to express his power and glory. Nothing remains of Augustus's huge sundial today except the obelisk, now moved from its original location. Do you know how many of these structures have been moved, altered, broken, redesigned and repurposed? Have you ever done a tour of the cathedrals in Europe and counted all the instruments they contain that record the movement of the sun? Why and for what? Why do so many cities around the world feature giant obelisks? And I know what you're going to say. It's because those of the old world were the true masters of the universe and built all of their structures in accordance with the luminaries. Again, it's a fancy thought, but no. Many of us have fallen into the trap of underestimating repurposement. Let's briefly recap and see what we have so far. 1. Our sun does not keep tidy time like our clocks, and this is primarily due to the obliquity of its annual path. 2. There was a huge, organised and commissioned effort funded by the Jesuits in the Middle Ages and up until the 19th century to track the movement of the sun and its changing obliquity. And this resulted in the repurposement of many structures. The Gregorian calendar was also established during this time period. 3. No aspect of the heliocentric and Milankovitch theoretical models can appropriately explain why the sun has an obliquity of 23.4 degrees. 4. Dodwell's analysis shows that the sun's shift in obliquity demonstrates a pattern of recovery from a much larger disturbance in the past. 5. Many of the so-called ancient structures in our history align with the luminaries, especially the sun. The authenticity of many of these structures is questionable. Now, let's ask a theoretical question. Is it possible that a great disturbance occurred in the past that affected our sun and in turn caused the disappearance of the old world, and those that followed repurposed these structures to ascertain the status of the sun and reconceptualize a new model of the Earth and universe? And now let's take this even further and ask more of a sweeping theoretical question. What if, like with all world nations, tensions emerged in the old world and there was a war, and that war culminated in a great disturbance that altered the behavior of the sun, and as a consequence caused a lot of people to vanish? Did a certain faction of people conquer the old world and subsequently come to worship the sun because of this? I sound like a conspiracy theorist, and maybe all we can do is speculate. But have you ever really given concentrated focus to the undeniable prevalence of sun worship throughout our world? And that number, 666, if we subtract 23.4 degrees from 90 degrees, we get 66.6 degrees. Could the origin of that number come from the sun? Did the sun's annual path and its limitations historically extend to 90 degrees? Surely not. The seasons would be very dramatic. But what if the realm is bigger than we know? What are poles anyway? And who worships the sun? What is light? Did all cultures that came before worship the light, or did something else happen? What does it mean to go from dark to light? Why did Joshua ask God to make the sun stand still? And who writes history? Who rewrites, repurposes, appropriates, and destroys history? Those that triumph. Do not underestimate repurposement. And here is one final question, and this question is going to become one of our investigative tools from now on. Our entire lives have been shaped by a false, heliocentric cosmology, and our methods of keeping time are fundamentally heliocentric. But what if our entire historical narrative has been rewritten and reshaped as a heliocentric one? And what lies beneath it? Who actually built these clocks? The same people who built the cathedrals, or the same people who repurposed them in honor of the sun? Start looking closer in your day-to-day. Look a lot closer. We have only just begun to examine our master key, but as you can see, it gets the mind ticking. And it's also given us a time frame to work with. The cathedral heliometers and the Gregorian calendar were established in the 16th century. This period has been termed the Renaissance. Do you know what that word means? It means rebirth, to reappear, to rise again, to be born again. Who or what rose again? I think it's time we left this dreaded place and journeyed on in search of the next key. I know the man who holds it and exactly where to find him. He's been waiting for us, but I fear we are too late. We will have to attempt to go to Siberia later. We have missed our window of opportunity. We have to open this door now because we cannot continue unless we start to grasp the overwhelming complexity of how much they have changed throughout the last 400 to 500 years. Many have sadly underestimated just how enormously our history and the monuments and structures of the past have been repurposed. Come on, let's wait. What? You have a question. These ancient structures still align with the equinox date of March 21st, and this proves that the Earth and Sun are bound in their alignment, right? Yes, that's correct. Then how can the magnetic pole be moving and taking the Sun with it like you said in this model? That's the spirit. An excellent question in light of new information, and the first instance of a trend that will definitely continue as we progress. You'll notice that as we start to open doors, we will also open many cans of worms. But you're just a little too early. Something is fundamentally missing here. There is a thing that nothing is, and yet it has a name. Have you ever really considered the word noon? It is one of the most beautiful words in the English language. It is a palindrome. It reads the same both ways. But have you ever noticed that it visually represents the sun's daily path? The two ends look like doors, the east and the west in which the sun arrives and departs, and the O's, the sun's form as it journeys its path. When we set out so long ago to ask what on earth happened, The brilliant light of awakening was like a sunrise heading towards its zenith. Perhaps our journey has even felt like a kind of enlightenment. But Icarus flew too close to the sun and was cast back down. And it's about that time. That's where we are heading. We have culminated, and a steady descent into the dark is coming. It'll be clear what I mean by this as we continue. And please forgive me, I had to introduce a story this way to open your eyes, and I couldn't have done it any other way. Up until now, I have presented the general consensus on both our hidden history and hidden cosmology. But you're awake now, and as we continue in our quest for the keys, a lot of what we've covered will need to be looked at very critically. And it's better this way. It's better to debunk myself than stomp on others. And although it's not time, you're right. Our master key paves the way for us to critically look at the path of the sun above us. The sun is not moving in this circular manner as the flat earth model depicts. All cosmologies, whether spherical, concave, flat azimuthal, or flat Mercator, fail, and the dynamic between the model, the map, and the sun is the problem. We will be looking closer at all cosmologies much later. And don't worry, our two central characters will meet at some point. For what would our journey be without the appearance of the corona? And we need to make a deal right now. If you are to continue on this journey, and we start uncovering things that do not hold up to critical investigation or no longer work, then we must let them go. No matter how much we have grown attached to them. Otherwise we will be carrying baggage, and we cannot afford another crash. So let's shake on it. Excellent. Ah, and look at that. Our vessel is fixed. We can finally journey onward. Let's get going. It's time to get this door wide open, and we are already late for a very important date. Let's just hope our man is still there waiting to give us the key.
that great? I like to skip along. Not me, boy. Skip. Or whatever you call it. I can't get my left leg in front of me.
Dude.
It was almost dangerous. And you lose sight of the fact that it's a vacuum out there, and if you spring a leak next to it, you're going to be dead.
Uh-oh. Nice soft baby landing. Yahoo! Boy, do I like to run up here. I feel like Bugs Bunny. That's me. And here comes the Boxy twin. You're pretty agile there, Twinkle Toes. I'm going out for the ballet when I get back. You learn another line of work up here. Yeah, while you're bouncing around there, you might keep an eye out for a nearby crater. All right. I've been on my knees twice to get back.
It's the brightest and most noticeable object in the night sky. But if you spend much time observing it, you will see that the moon is never quite the same from one night to the next. The moon has something we call phases, which means that it appears to change shape a little bit every night. To understand why this happens, we need to talk a little bit about the way the Earth and the moon move together in space. The moon orbits around the Earth, much like the Earth orbits around the sun. However, while the Earth takes about 365 days to travel once around the sun, 1 year, the moon completes its orbit around the Earth in only 29.5 days, or about 1 month. Just like the Earth, the moon has a day side and a night side, with half of it in sunlight and half of it in darkness at any one time. As the moon travels through its orbit around the Earth, that dividing line between day and night, called the terminator, is visible from different angles, giving the impression that different amounts of the moon are lit up on different days.
We always see the same old side of the moon because the moon rotates exactly once on its axis each time it orbits Earth. If it weren't spinning at all, we'd get at least one 360-degree view of its surface with each lap. If it were spinning twice as fast, we'd also see the moon's entire surface more than once per orbit. But instead, our moon's motions, like the spin and orbit of most other moons in our solar system, are remarkably in perfect sync. We always see the same old side of the moon because the moon rotates exactly once on its axis each time it orbits Earth.
Check this out. The moon is rotating, right? Look at the line, if you don't believe me. Vertical, horizontal, right? But it's rotating at a rate that matches the revolution. Just so that only one side of the moon ever faces Earth. And that's exactly the situation we find ourselves in today. The only side we ever see we call the near side. The side we don't ever see we call the far side. The moon can only rotate so fast because Earth won't let it do otherwise. As a consequence, the moon rotates only once for every revolution, and only one side of the moon ever faces us.
of the main defenses that people make to show or argue that we had to have gone to the moon. And they often say that there would have been so many people involved in the conspiracy it would have been impossible to keep it quiet. The only people who would have known about the hoax would have been those on a need-to-know basis, and that would have been very few people. You have your astronauts, you have the people filming everything and building the locations, and you have the people authorizing it, and that's it. Everybody else would have been doing their one task in the line and sequence of events that they were responsible for. And this segues into another defense made by people who believe we went to the moon, and that is, why didn't NASA have them do things over after they made mistakes? And the reason for that is that this was live, and not everybody was in on it. And those hundreds of people you see at Mission Control, they're not in on it. You got the surgeons, they're monitoring the heart rate. You have the data guys, they're monitoring whatever is coming in on their feed. And everybody is looking at a live event, and all over the world, people are monitoring a live event. So there were no do-overs. Going back to what John Young said, by way of illustration about the photo guys would have received the film. The film couldn't be developed on the moon. It had a chain of custody. That had to take place, and those guys were not in on it. So what has just happened to cause this stain pattern to emerge? The answer is orange juice. It has been well documented that the astronauts had a problem with the suction straws inside their helmets that allowed them to take sips of orange juice. The straws would accidentally squirt orange juice all over them and into their helmets, and this was a big problem on the mission, and the orange juice actually seeped into the neck ring. And it appears obvious now that the orange juice leaked through the neck ring at Station 9 and caused the camera to be stained. And that is direct evidence that they could not possibly be on the moon, because if orange juice could leak through the helmet lock, and the helmet lock was not properly sealed to protect the astronauts from the vacuum of space. And this is because the helmet and the neck ring, in order to be airtight, must also have been watertight, because water molecules are bigger than air molecules. So if water escaped, then oxygen also escaped, and the suit would not have been pressurized, and in that case, the astronauts would be dead. Now, I am not the first to suggest there's some sort of Geppetto character in the rafters above, pulling the astronauts by some sort of harness with fishing wire. Like, why does Charlie Duke want John Young to push on his head here?
Oops, here we go again. Give me a help. There you go. Okay, just push, start pushing on my head. Give me a hand. Okay, here we go.
So he pushes down on his head and his feet seem to levitate backwards.
You see, the vibration of my voice box makes the air vibrate between us. Then when the air vibrates your eardrum, you hear what I'm saying. But maybe you've seen a demonstration of a bell under a glass jar. With normal air inside the jar, you could hear the bell clearly. But when the vacuum pump drew the air out of the jar, there was nothing inside to carry the vibrations of the bell. Nothing until the air was let back into the jar.
They can't see your photo numbers. And this is clear tube number 2. Okay, just in fact, almost got it without a hammer. But if you'll hand it to me, I'll get it in just a second. I'm going to take a couple more shots of this before we get all in. I get the pictures. All right. Try it in real easy here.
Sounds in space. It's odd to
have a hammer or a metal tool and bang it against something and hear absolutely nothing. You can, sound won't travel in a vacuum, so there you are outside and you could be hitting something, no sound at all.
In space, since there's no atmosphere, there's no air, if you bang on something while you're doing your spacewalk, you will not be able to hear that.
And this leads us to the dilemma of our final segment. All modern astronauts, such as Piers Sellers and Mike Massimino, claim to hear absolutely nothing when they're out on the International Space Station in the vacuum, banging away with metal tools and objects, whereas during the Apollo missions, all kinds of sounds have been recorded that should not be possible if they are on the moon in the vacuum of space. Even when the astronaut in the photo to the right hit a metal tube into the ground with a hammer, no sound was made. All of the sounds so far analyzed were made by the astronauts as they were handling tools, but now we are going to analyze some sounds that are made a distance away from the astronauts. So what you just saw appears to be a smoking gun. That scene, which was broadcast live to the world during Apollo 15, shows astronaut James Irwin. He takes this cord or band off of a canister, and those canisters are in the mesa table, which Irwin is standing in front of. He unravels the cord, which has two metallic locks at the end of it, pictured here. They look like bullets. He takes that off, he unravels it, he reaches back with his right hand, and he throws the cord away. Let's take another look at it. So the argument has been made for the hammering that the sound is coming through the glove and it's miraculously getting into the microphones. But we don't have to deal with that argument because James Irwin releases the object and it hits the ship and he's not touching it, and that sound is picked up by the microphone.
The command module would be traveling at 25,000 miles per hour when it hit the upper atmosphere.
If you travel down the highway
you're traveling at 60 miles per hour. You're traveling at 88 feet per second. We're coming in at 36,000 feet per second.
It smashes into the atmosphere. It doesn't fly as much as smash.
To protect the capsule, the engineers had built the largest heat shield ever.
Re-entering the Earth's atmosphere is dangerous because of the enormous heat it causes. The heat shield protects the command module for several minutes as it passes through the atmosphere. Down below, an aircraft carrier waits for the astronauts' arrival. Once we get about 2 miles above the surface, the parachutes are deployed to slow us down even more. The hard part is over. Now we just enjoy the ride. The final part of every mission, splashdown.
Landing velocity on 2 shoots is 28 feet per second, or 32 feet per second versus 28 feet on 3 shoots.
It was in stable 1 condition.
It looks like a hard impact, but the spacecraft appears to be all right. It hasn't turned over.
Thanks to stronger amplification of television signals by today's satellites, consumers can now receive broadcasts directly on 18-inch wide dishes. As improvements continue, these satellite receivers may become an integral part of most households, providing 400 channels of incoming television and data, as well as 1 channel of outgoing video. Communication satellites have transformed our world into a global village in less than 4 decades. Today we can pick up the phone and instantly talk to someone else almost anywhere on the planet. Or turn on our televisions and watch foreign and domestic events unfold before our eyes. International faxing, high-speed modems, and email using phone lines and satellites also allow businesses, researchers, and ordinary people to transmit data around the globe in a matter of seconds.
Real-time, worldwide communications was something that didn't exist before the 1960s and the communication satellite revolution. It has changed our whole way of life. Our whole society, our economy, is built upon those capabilities.
I'm going to analyze is from a YouTube video called Dog Cam Flies to the Edge of Space 110,000 feet on a balloon. The weather balloon up to about 110,000 feet with a couple of cameras. What's remarkable about this footage is the sequence. It just passed about 4 minutes. Here you can see the sun right above the clouds. I mean, it looks so close. It does not look any 92 million miles away, that's for sure. And so it creates this sunspot, for lack of a better term, that most think is just the sun's reflection. What I show in my analysis is that it can't be the reflection of the sun, but is actually a projection from the sun itself. In other words, the sun is so close to the clouds that it is actually shining directly on the clouds. And that is what is creating that spot. Let's take a look. Okay, all right, there's the sunspot I'm talking about. Notice it never moves in its position in the clouds. It doesn't move around where a reflection of the sun would move around, which I'll show you in my experiment coming up. Right now, see, it's locked in its position on the cloud. It is not moving. It is moving, even though the camera's moving up and down and side to side. That reflection should be following the eye and the camera. Okay, the light above the door represents the sun. That's my sun. And the floor is the clouds, the tile floor. Okay, there's a reflection of the light that's above the door. Now, I'm moving the camera around, and notice how it moves. It stays between me and the source, which is the sun or the light above the door. Right? As I move left, it moves left. If I squat down, it comes towards me. If I raise back up, it goes back to the center. I go to the right, it goes to the right. In other words, so it stays in front, or it stays between me and the source, which it did not do in that video. There was no movement, which tells me that was not a reflection in that video. That is a spot from the light, and I'm going to show you that in my next. Here's a little bit more footage of my experiment with the reflection and spotlight next to each other so we can see how differently they behave. Let me set this scene up. I moved the flashlight over here close to the reflecting yellow light for a better comparison. I have the flashlight hanging over the floor producing the blue spotlight. The yellow round light on the floor is the reflection of the light over the front door, and the floor represents the top of the clouds. Notice that as I move the camera around, the yellow reflection moves all over the place, but the blue spotlight stays in the same place relative to the floor. Just like in the dog cam video, the spot produced by the sun stays in the same spot relative to the clouds and does not move. Clearly, it's not a reflection of the sun on the clouds, but a projection of the sun's light due to its close proximity to the clouds. The small little whitish light is the reflection of the flashlight, and it too is moving around relative to the floor. Okay, have you ever been to the beach and walked along and the sun will follow you, like when it's shining off the water, or the moonlight? This is not a reflection. It does not move from its position in the clouds. That's a spot from the sun being directly over it. That's what it looks like. Like I've showed, it can't be a reflection. And here we are back to the dog cam video, and you can see the sunspot there coming into view. And again, it's a spot. It's not sliding around the top of the clouds like a reflection would do. As the camera moves around back and forth and up and down, that should be moving, but it's not. Interesting. Thank you so much. Alright, thanks for watching. Let me know what you think. Stay tuned for more videos. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
When we're talking about that, is really difficult to determine parallax, and everything we see above in the sky is compressed in the atmosphere layer. I always trying to show this the things that Antonio once showed in one of his video, because if you look in this, I believe that any person believes that this is the sky and this is the sun. And let me just share the audio because it's in English, and he speaks better than me. So, okay, I have the audio. If you see this is an artificial lamp, but the lamp is all. It's not just the white thing. It's even the blue thing. And just hearing what he said.
Just exactly like a.
Yeah, we hear it.
You can start see. Yeah, you can start see how this is like it was the light of the sun, but this roof is you know is not open in the roof. The ceiling, sorry, the ceiling is not open. It's just this lamp, and this lamp is based on real nature. And what they did is compress all the light in the really thin layer of gases, and that emulate the sun.
Light will look, but you cannot see. More you look, more you can't see. It's just unbelievable.
It looks like sunlight, but it isn't. It's a brand new kind of artificial skylight, which for the first time recreates the same scientific process that makes the sky appear blue.
It's pure magic.
Developed by scientists in Italy, it's called Coalux. It's been nominated for the Light Source Innovation of the Year award at this year's Lux Awards, and you can experience it exclusively at Lux Live in November.
So we had an idea where it's really pleased to be able to partner with Coalux to bring this to market for the first time. The thing that inspired us with this is not just the fact that it's a very bright light, it's the science that goes behind it being a very bright light, that the fact that the room we're sitting in is bathed in daylight, so this is sunshine we have, but we also have everything else that goes along with sunshine.
We basically didn't want just to reproduce the effect, not just taking with a projector or something, the blue light. No, we wanted really to reproduce what happens in the real nature. So in the Earth, we have a layer, which is the atmosphere, which is made by air, so nitrogen, oxygen, and CO2 basically. And these air molecules, they are all moving, and they create some bumps, some small fluctuation. In some parts is more dense, some others less dense. And this fluctuation, when they are hurt by the ray of the sun, they just scatter the light. And because they are very small, at the nanometer level, what it happens is that only the blue is scattered and the red goes through. They take nanoparticles, which are basically doing the same as the air molecule fluctuation they are doing, compress the atmosphere from 10 kilometers. You can imagine to compress it down to a few millimeters. And that's making a solid, not in a gas or not in a liquid. So this is the sky. And we built the sun, LED-based sun, low consumption source. And our goal is to create in the people looking at the sun and the sky the perception of infinite depth. This is
and I just want to share this because we are able to mimic you know, this kind of behavior of the sun, even with parallax in the lab. It's not just a point there, like, you know, this is a fixed point in this lamp technology. When you look in, you are going to see this kind of parallax. And this is the lamp. If you can see here, this is the lamp point, you know, directly hanging on the ceiling. And you are going to have this kind of, you know, perspective things that you're gonna, you know, trick your mind, and that is what for me is happening in the real situation. Anytime you look up that.
That's extraordinary, Iru. So the only thing I'm not sure I agree with or not, oopsie, sorry about that, is. Okay, if I'm getting this right, what he's doing is he's saying he's compressing, or they're emulating a compression of the atmosphere, and then using high intensity full spectrum LEDs to create the blue sky effect in this?
Yes, supposedly yes. That is is what they're doing, but they have this kind of skylight situation. With the sun even there.
That's super interesting. Because
this is the web page. Yeah, the brand is this one. So anyone who wants to go a little deeper, the company is called Cellux.
Cellux, okay, cool.
Yeah. No, just just for illustration purposes.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and the reason I'll let me go ahead and reshare my screen over here. The reason I was curious about that, and I don't necessarily agree with, their reasoning as to why the sky turns blue, because I tend to think that this explanation is a lot better.
Yes, yes, I understand, and I agree with you.
Yeah, and of course many of you may remember this particular video by Dan Dimension. Came out, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 months ago, something like that. July 6th. And basically what he's doing is he's talking about the noble gases, right? And if we are indeed in an electric universe, and the sun is an electrical entity, which we believe that it is, and there's a lot of evidence to support that claim, then what's actually happening here is the noble gases, specifically neon, are being illuminated by the charge of the sun itself, right? And this, to me, works out so beautifully because, again, he's going to go over and he's going to compare it to a bunch of beakers full of different kinds of gases right here. And then what happens when you put it in a magnetic or electrostatic field. Basically, it will illuminate these gases. And we essentially can get all of the different colors that we see during a sunrise or a sunset in the sky, referring from the vivid blues to the reds to the yellows. I mean, this is an extraordinary example, I think, of what's actually going on in our skies. But the fact that they can, that they're replicating that into a natural light, I think is a wonderful piece of technology, even though I'm not sure I 100% agree with his explanation of, what it is that's turning the sky blue. But yeah, just wanted to bring that up. And if you guys haven't seen this, we actually mirrored this on our channel. I forgot. I think it's just called Flat Earth Let There Be Light. If not, you can go to Dan Dimension and see it. But this is extraordinary, an extraordinary demonstration of this.
Yes, and I totally agree with this. And also there is some phenomenon based on polarization angle that we see the red, for example, when it's going to sunset. And there are a few things that makes all these light situations. But I like to share that video because it's more based on this kind of compression of the light in the atmosphere layers. No, not because I showed that video because I want to show the blue sky, how can you reproduce that kind of thing. But it was for trying to illustrate this compression of the images up in the atmosphere.
Yep, very good.
Can I do a quick screen share, which is what you're talking about here?
You betcha. Chris, go right ahead, and I'll switch over to you. Okay, we got your screen share, and there you go.
And this is what you're talking about. I go out and shoot the sunrise every Saturday and Sunday morning, and these are like taken like a half hour before the sun comes up, and you can see the colors and what you're just talking about with real life pictures.
Amazing.
Yep, and it's really quite beautiful. And of course, it seems like these colors seem to be more prevalent when the sun is at a distance, right? And I think it has to do with angle of incidence and the way that the electric field plane of the sun is striking these gases. But again, that's something that would take a whole lot more study. But just the demonstration basically showing that indeed the noble gases do fluoresce this way in the presence of electric fields is a great demonstration. Another demonstration that a lot of people have done that I think is really good to show how gases illuminate is to simply take a fluorescent light bulb and put it near your average everyday plasma ball, your little, the little plasma ball that shoots the blue streamers everywhere inside of it. That's got a very high electrostatic charge, and of course, when it hits the fluorescent bulbs, it illuminates the gas inside, and it causes it to illuminate. So again, this is not, woo-woo physics or anything like this. It's very common, and it doesn't even take that great of a charge to be able to eliminate a lot of these noble gases. So, yeah, it's just more evidence, I think, that we are indeed in a contained type of system, whether it's got a dome over the top of it or whether it's something that is, flat over the top of it. It is an electrical type of system, and and it's amazing the evidence that's popping up to kind of support this. And I'm going to show you guys something that somebody put up. Let's see, let me go back to this. All right, and this particular video was put out by Good Times for All, and I know you know who he is. And he is talking about a lecture that he watched by a guy named Walter Lewin, okay? And Walter Lewin is a professor, I believe, at MIT. He's a physics professor, in fact. And basically what Walter was talking about here is that when you have these charged areas, over an infinite plane or a plane, right? Basically what happens is that you have different levels of charge, and what he's showing in this one basically is that you have at one layer you will have charges that repel or attract, right, which will then cancel each other's out, and then at the same thing at a lower level, but you will also have an overall net force that's pushing down, towards the negatively charged Earth versus the positively charged firmament or ion or something like this. And this is what I was talking about this whole dipolar effect that Walt Thornhill was talking about in the electrical universe. Well, this guy, Walter Lewin, does a beautiful lecture on this. And it's funny because I actually got a comment from some guy that said, oh, well, yeah, but if you turn this whole thing upside down, then all of a sudden you've got that force pushing up. Well, yeah, that's all fine and dandy, except the Earth itself does not reverse its charge naturally. Earth is ground, and it's the negative or the cathode, the negative emitter.
And this guy, Walter, is one of the guys that I mentioned before, that he says nobody even got bypassed the diffraction properties. So it's a really nice professor.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, guys, so yeah, I've got it sharing now, I believe. Yes, I do. Okay, and there it is. All right. So yeah, again, here he's showing we've got the positive and negative canceling out above, positive, negative canceling out below, but we still have this overall bias that's pushing down, this downward force, and this is caused by the dipole alignment effect that we lectured on a long time ago, that Walt Thornhill at the Thunderbolts Project talked about very well. And yes, you're right, the person who I choose to ignore. If you turn this all upside down, that would reverse this bias and then tend to push things up. But the whole idea behind this whole gravitational idea, like what Theoria Apophysis or Ken Wheeler was talking about, is that it is very much akin to this electrostatic force which affects all things. It doesn't matter if it's a magnetically conductive or an insulator or diamagnetic or anything like that, because everything that we know of is made up of charged particles, then they're going to want to align then in this field, this electrical field that is naturally generated by the Earth. Okay, and it just so happens that because the Earth is biased at a negative potential and the sky at a positive potential, and this is not woo-woo, this is mainstream knowledge. Like I said, not Walter Russell, but the other guy, I'm having a brain cramp, basically documented this, that it's known physics, but the fact is that the Earth maintains that ground potential, therefore the static influence is going to tend to want to push things down. And of course, like I said, Walt Thornhill described this very well in this dipolar gravimetric type of theory. So anyway,
yeah, and
go ahead, Miro.
No, because you are talking about this kind of orientation, I remember I have a video. I remember one of the rules of the electricity. It's that everything is self-oriented in the perpendicular way. So here you can see a few examples based on this is like a seed of lattice, and they are inducing electricity.
Exactly.
And you can, yeah.
Beautiful example here. What we're seeing there is when we're seeing these, what are these, seeds?
Yes, seeds of lattice. I don't know how to pronounce this. Lattice.
Okay, so basically what's happening is, you know, they're aligning themselves with their internal charge with respect to these plates, the positive and negative. And this is exactly what's happening. This is the dipole alignment effect. It will cause things. It's just like stacking a sequence of magnets on top of each other. You go north, south, north, south, north, south, north, south. But if you try and put one in there that goes south, north, it's going to repel it away. But as long as you keep things with the north, south, and commensurate with the original polarity, which would be the first magnet in the chain, then everything's going to stick together quite nicely, and you're going to have this overall alignment type effect, and that's exactly what Iru is showing here.
Yes, and I think this kind of behavior and self-oriented things is clearly show all the terraforming electrical situations, because when you start to you know, understand that all is self-oriented via electricity and everything's entered in the perpendicular way, you can understand how the moon craters and the, you know, ground craters here in our plane of existence, it's forming at that perpendicular, you know, angle, and there is no any trail of any meteor, you know, coming to the earth in the Hollywood fashion. So when you start to put in all this kind together, you can understand what we live. We are all based of energy, and even, you know, when you die, you receive an electroshock, because all is electrical, and we are not you know, witness when the plane was created. We are not, you know, in our body to see who make our Earth, but you can start to see the signature of the creator, and he used the lighting power like Zeus, you know, this kind of thing, because you can see in the lab experiments. I don't know if I understand the concept, that is what I like to show.
To me, electricity is definitely God's signature, if you will, the creator's signature for this reality, because there's nothing that does not work, you know, that is not influenced by electricity. You know, right down to our own bodies. Everything about our bodies, every one of our senses, our nerve impulses are all electrical charges, which are then fed to the brain, which is nothing but a bunch of electrical discharges happening, and, you know, messages being propagated via this electricity. So everything is electrical, and it only stands to reason that everything that we witness is a manifestation, byproduct, whatever, of electricity. And this is why, you know, like I said many times, Zero and I are definitely on the same page with the guys over at EU at the Thunderbolts project, because it's pretty difficult to not see it. You know, it's literally everywhere. So
exactly.
Yeah.
It's just funny that, you know, we were taught this idea of this big fiery ball, or that's what they show us as the sun, and we know that you can't put fire next to a plant and have a plant grow, that you need to put a light there. So I mean, it's obvious that the sun is a light.
Exactly. That kind of example I always trying to explain, you know, to my friends or things like that. Nothing is going to grow with fire. You know, nothing.
Yeah. No, it's just like when we get sunburnt, you know, people might think that that's like, it's not from fire. You wouldn't get a sunburn from fire. You would burn, but you get that kind of crisp from a light. That's why you go into a tanning booth. That's why you can take my laser and it will burn my skin, but it won't burn it like, you know, like fire. It's a different kind. But I don't know why we were, of course, taught the complete opposite.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, there's different kinds of light, and that just makes you wonder. But you know, aren't there some plants out there? In fact, I'm pretty sure there are that actually respond better and like glow better or grow better in moonlight, right?
Yes, in fact, it's not just the plant. I remember from Santos Bonacci, which you know, if you want to make the things grow faster, for example, you can you know, make the I don't know the name. You know, when you're gonna put the seed on the ground, it's better when you are in the full moon process. And if you want to, for example, the things doesn't grow so fast, you use the other part of the moon cycle, you know, when the moon is enter into the new moon thing. I am not good one to explain this, but there are, you know, the moon controls the growing energy on the plants and that kind of things.
Yeah, possibly, you know, something to do with germination or something like that. But yeah, I mean, there are certain plants that respond favorably, and you know, even during planting season, that it's best done during a full moon. And I don't pretend to understand why that is, but I'm sure that, you know, somebody's got a reason for it. But it's just interesting that, you know, obviously there are many different kinds of lights, and you know, for life to exist, I think on this plane, we need kind of that full spectrum of light that the sun gives us.
When Congress passed the $2.3 trillion COVID relief bill recently, there was a lot of yapping about how lousy it was. First, members of Congress yapped about how ridiculous it was that the bill was 5,600 pages long, and none of them had time to read it before they were supposed to vote on it. Then, once people started digging into the bill and actually reading what it said, they started yapping about all the pork in it. The bill earmarked American taxpayer dollars to gender issues, to Israel, to the Kennedy Center. The media and congressional members alike all yapped about how all of these things had nothing to do with helping Americans recover from the damage.
Hello everyone and welcome to this
and of course, these
Steve from the Gravekeeper.
Pendrel.
Let's go! And now we make a little trap. Yeah, like 1 hour or something. Yeah, maybe.
Page bill that has so far gotten very yapping. And that is the measure which requires the Pentagon to release
And this was just a short teaser.
information about its UFO task
Thought I'm not prepared.
within 6 months. Yeah, that's right. Buried in the COVID relief bill is a mandate for our government to yap about what it knows about UFOs.
Of course I have the loot table. These potions are actually pretty good.
Amazing videos over the past couple of years recorded by our military of UFOs.
Some sulfur, some calamine, ichor, nitro, sometimes some...
They've released all this amazing footage that simply cannot be explained by anything we currently know about physics, which makes it seem like the government is actually really seriously getting ready to yap. According to the bill, the report must include a detailed analysis of unidentified aerial phenomena data and intelligence reporting collected or held by almost all of our country's intelligence agencies. If the executive branch honors this measure, we'll actually get to know in the next 6 months what our government knows about UFOs. And you thought 2020 was pretty crazy.
My submission is that what we are looking at is truly, by definition, exotic technologies beyond next generation technologies.
Mr. President, as we wrap up here, are there UFOs?
Well, I'm going to have to check on that. I will tell you this. We now have created a military, the likes of which we've never had before in terms of equipment, the weapons that we have, and hopefully, hope to God, we never have to use them.
It's probably time to stop calling people who believe in UFOs crackpots after the recent revelation that there's actually a Pentagon task force looking into them.
Those materials were engineered at an atomic level. It's a capability that we don't even possess. If they can prove that and demonstrate that, that'll raise a lot of interesting questions.
Yeah, you think?
And after receiving 3 Israeli security awards, retired Israeli general and respected professor Chaim Eshed is now unveiling that yes, there are aliens among us, yes, Israel has made contact with them, and no, humanity is not ready for them.
This former space official also claims that President Trump knows about the alien existence, but was asked not to say anything to avoid the mass hysteria.
I can't speak on behalf of the government. Obviously, I'm not in the U.S. government anymore. My personal belief is that there is very compelling evidence that we may not be alone.
All of these videos have been leaked in the past, but the US government now confirms they are genuine.
Before you leave office, will you let us know if there's aliens?
I won't talk to you about what I know about it, but it's very interesting.
That's not our LNS though, is it? It's not. I don't understand. Well, if there's a thing, it's rotating.
The newest branch of our military is called the Space Force.
UFO experts are now saying this is secular researchers. They are now saying that these beings are not coming from outer space, far across the universe. They said they're coming from inner space. They're coming from another dimensions, and that's just happens to be what the angels and demons do. Interesting. In fact, they say there's no need to entertain this thought that they're coming from outside Earth. Listen to this. This is secular researchers, and this is Flying Saucer Review, folks. This is a secular entity. Gordon Creighton, the editor, he said, quote, "There seems to be no evidence yet that any of these craft or beings originate from where? Outer space," okay? Brad Steiger says, "We are dealing with a multi-dimensional paraphysical phenomenon which is largely indigenous to where? Planet Earth." And finally, Arthur C. Clarke, he says, "One theory that can no longer be taken very seriously is that UFOs are what? Interstellar spaceships, i.e. that they come from outer space. We should not even entertain that idea because that's not what these secular researchers have witnessed over decades of research. We are dealing with a yet unrecognized level of consciousness independent of man, but closely linked to the Earth. I do not believe anymore secular research that UFOs are simply the spacecraft of some race of extraterrestrial visitors. This notion is too simplistic to explain their appearance, the frequency of the manifestations through recorded history, and an impressive parallel can be made between UFO occupants and the popular conceptions of what? That's secular research, folks. And he goes on. He says the medical examination to which abductees are said to have been subjected to, often accompanied by sadistic manipulation, listen, is reminiscent of the medieval tales of encounters with who? Demons. He says, in fact, the symbolic display seen by the abductees is identical to the type of initiation ritual or astral voyage that is embedded in the occult traditions of every culture on the planet. He says, thus, the structure of abduction stories is identical to occult initiation rituals. UFO researcher Lynn Cato said a large part of the available UFO literature is closely linked with mysticism and the metaphysical, not science. He said it deals with subjects like mental telepathy, automatic writing, and invisible entities, as well as phenomena like poltergeist or ghost manifestations or possession. Shocker. He says many of the UFO reports now being published in the popular press recount alleged incidences that are strikingly similar to demonic possession and psychic phenomena. Secular researcher Dr. Pierre Guy, he's one of the eminent ones in the field of science. Research says UFO behavior is more akin to what? Magic than it is to physics as we know it. He says the modern UFO Nazis and the demons of past days are probably what? Identical. And one more, John Keel, outside of Jacques Vallée, this guy's probably one of the most informed secular guys on the planet dealing with this topic. And here's what he says. He said the manifestations and occurrences described in this imposing literature on demonology are similar, if not entirely identical, to the UFO phenomena itself. The UFO manifestations seem to be, by and large, merely minor variations of the age-old demonological phenomena.
for the first time I met him that space-based weapons were a dangerous, destabilizing, too costly, unnecessary, untestable, unworkable idea. And that the last card that was being held was the extraterrestrial enemy card. The intensity with which he said that made me realize that he knew something that he was too afraid to mention. He was too afraid to talk about it. He would not tell me the details. I'm not sure that I would have absorbed them if he had told me the details or even believed him in 1974. But there was no question that that man knew, and had a need to know, I found out later. There's no doubt in my mind that Wernher von Braun knew about the extraterrestrial issue. And when he explained to me the reasons for why weapons were going to be put into space, the enemies against whom we were going to build these weapons, and that all of that was a lie, and when he mentioned the extraterrestrial card, that extraterrestrials, aliens he called them, were going to be identified as the final enemy against whom we were going to build space-based weapons back in '74, the way he said it to me, there was no doubt in my mind that he knew something that he was too afraid to talk about. Wernher von Braun never spoke to me about any of the details that he knew, or might have known, or thought about related to extraterrestrials, except that extraterrestrials were one day going to be identified as an enemy against whom we are going to have to build an enormous space-based weapon system. Even though he didn't give me the details, however, the look in his eyes made it clear to me that he knew that there was something going on that was a big secret that he could not divulge. Wernher von Braun actually told me that the spin was a lie, that the premise for space-based weaponry, the reasons that were going to be given, the enemies that we were going to identify, were all based on a lie.
Oh!
It's the brightest and most noticeable object in the night sky. But if you spend much time observing it, you will see that the moon is never quite the same from one night to the next. The moon has something we call phases, which means that it appears to change shape a little bit every night. To understand why this happens, we need to talk a little bit about the way the Earth and the moon move together in space. The moon orbits around the Earth, much like the Earth orbits around the sun. However, while the Earth takes about 365 days to travel once around the sun, 1 year, the moon completes its orbit around the Earth in only 29.5 days, or about 1 month. Just like the Earth, the moon has a day side and a night side, with half of it in sunlight and half of it in darkness at any one time. As the moon travels through its orbit around the Earth, that dividing line between day and night, called the terminator, is visible from different angles, giving the impression that different amounts of the moon are lit up on different days.
We always see the same old side of the moon because the moon rotates exactly once on its axis each time it orbits Earth. If it weren't spinning at all, we'd get at least one 360-degree view of its surface with each lap. If it were spinning twice as fast, we'd also see the moon's entire surface more than once per orbit. But instead, our moon's motions, like the spin and orbit of most other moons in our solar system, are remarkably in perfect sync. We always see the same old side of the moon because the moon rotates exactly once on its axis each time it orbits Earth.
Check this out. The moon is rotating, right? Look at the line, if you don't believe me. Vertical, horizontal, right? But it's rotating at a rate that matches the revolution. Just so that only one side of the moon ever faces Earth. And that's exactly the situation we find ourselves in today. The only side we ever see, we call the near side. The side we don't ever see, we call the far side. The moon can only rotate so fast because Earth won't let it do otherwise. As a consequence, the moon rotates only once for every revolution, and only one side of the moon ever faces us.
I started looking at things, you know, like the fastest planes in the world, and I found it. You know, we've got this X-43A, which supposedly does Mach 10, which is around 7,000 miles an hour, right? And when you look at this thing, first of all, it's tiny, but every predecessor before it is nothing more than a rocket with a couple of appendages that they're calling wings, right? Like up here in this corner, right here. They're just a rocket with control surfaces. And even as late as this was done, I think in 2003 or 2004, when they were actually, you know, setting these records, which wasn't that long ago, and far beyond any of the space age, they are only getting up to 7,000 miles an hour, and they're little bitty tiny, and they're also flying horizontally. They're not doing vertically. So again, you know, we've talked about several times about the ridiculous speeds that NASA is supposed to be going when they launch and get up out of the atmosphere. And it just seems like if they were really able to achieve these things, then, you know, Mach 10 would not be any kind of a world's record, right? And not only that, it's hard to believe even that is true, because as we know, the Blackbird, the SR-71 Blackbird, which did somewhere in the neighborhood of Mach 3, maybe Mach 4, I don't know, it's hard to say, but you know, from what I've heard, somewhere in the neighborhood of Mach 3, which is about a little over 2,000 miles an hour, gets so flippin' hot that you can't even, you know, it expands, and it's made out of pure titanium, which is heavy, right? Really, really heavy. So how is it that these rockets are getting out into space with no heat shielding going up or anything like that? I mean, the same old questions we ask them time and time and time again. And of course, the Globers have never been forthcoming with any answer, because there is no answer. The truth is these things would disintegrate from this much friction going those kind of speeds. It's as simple as that.
I remember the SR-71, they said they couldn't even put fuel in it until it was ready to take off, because it just would leak all the fuel out.
That's right.
Because they had to design the tank in a way that when it got up to speed and there was the expansion, I think it's expanded in the air, that then it would hold the fuel, but it wouldn't hold it on the ground. So I mean, these things are just falling apart because of the differences. Even the Concorde, I watched some documentary on the Concorde, and there was, you had to put these panels together with like room for like 4-inch movement. That even the Concorde, which was only going, what, how fast did that go? Mach 2?
Mach 2 point something, yeah. Yeah.
Even at that speed, you were having 4-foot changes in the panels. That's crazy. It's nuts.
Yeah, you had to, and they had to hose it down and stuff because it was so unbelievably hot. And, you know, and of course we covered that too, you know, on the splashdown of these lunar modules, right? When they supposedly return it and go through the atmosphere at 17,000 miles an hour, they should be nearly 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit when they hit that water. And when they hit that water, it should raise a steam cloud like there's no tomorrow. And there's not one iota of steam. It's not hot at all. And that's because they were simply dropped out of a KC-135, you know, from maybe 40,000 feet. And of course, there's not going to be any heating. Because it didn't come in from outer space. So yeah, it's pretty sad.
They send 4 quadrillion photons to the moon, and then the retroreflector sends back, and they determined that there was one. One photon came back. They said, yep, the laser reflectors are up at the moon because we got 1 photon out of 4 quadrillion back.
Yeah, and how do they know it's this? How do they even? You know, that gets into questions like, how do you know that photon even came from that? How do you know you didn't just pick up some spurious photon that was, you know, part of some light beam of all the light pollution with the, you know, terawatts of light that are set up all over the plane, right?
And it still has nothing to do with the lunar ranging experiment, because they shot lasers supposedly off the moon, 8 years before that, in the lunar laser experiment that they did, which is just crazy. Then if they did that, then how could you ever say that it's hitting a retroreflector? Because it could just be coming back off the albedo of the moon.
Well, that's the thing. We were talking about that, Bob, too, with the ham radio thing. But you have a term for it. You're more into that than I am. But by the time you sent either a radio wave pulse or a laser pulse and hit the moon, and for it to return back to the surface of 2.5 to 3 seconds or whatever that delay time is, well, you've moved on the surface by a long ways, right? It wouldn't even come back to the same point. Right?
No. Not a chance. Whatever you would travel at 1,040 miles an hour roughly for 2.5 seconds, whatever that distance would be fairly lengthy.
Like 1.5 kilometers or whatever. Yeah, I mean
Well, and they'd have to claim then that the light is maintaining the rotational frame of reference with the ground of the Earth, just like airline flights do. But you know, I'd love to hear why that occurs in their little theory, because yeah, you would expect it not to return at all if the Earth was in motion, as they claim.
But what if the moon is concave?
Right.
Then it would focus that right back at you.
Yeah.
No, Sinica!
Yeah, it'll make that one kind of boggles my mind too, right? But you know, like you said, by the time you fire the bullet at the moon, it bounces off, ricochets, and comes back to here. Then you're gone, right?
And that's, you know, like Chris and I were talking yesterday while we were watching Mike do his laser experiments, and I brought up the idea. It's like, you know, the ham radio operators, one of their biggest arguments is they come and they say, look, we do these EME bounces, and supposedly they've been doing them, you know, from the 50s, right? And they're claiming, and this is the part that I'm having a hard time getting past, is they're claiming that when they set up their Yagis and they fire this VHF pulse at 146 megahertz at the moon, and then it comes back 2,400 milliseconds later, roughly whatever it's supposed to be, that they're actually timing this and they're getting this coming back. Well, if that's true, obviously that would, you know, lend some credibility to the heliocentric model. However, you know, I have yet to see anybody anywhere that is showing where they have actually done that. And I've asked, and I'm going to actually start going to like some of the ham radio sites, or if any of you out there in the audience know somebody that's actually doing this, ask them if they would like to school a flat earther and show me how this is done, how they do this, how they arrive
Bob,
at this.
Isn't the speed of light, I mean, said to be changing all the time? I mean, how confident are you in that speed?
Not at all.
Because that needs to be and that needs to be true for you to believe it anyway.
Not at all, because every time they get a change in their measurement of the speed of light, you know what they do? They renormalize it, which is a mathematical horse hockey maneuver that when things get too crazy, even for their big numbers that the mainstream physicists come up with, they do what's called renormalizing it to bring it back. And all they do, what that means, guys, is they just simply discard all the data and put it back to a reference frame of where they think it should be, and then start operating from that again. It's absurd.
Kind of like when they find negative parallax, they tell you to take the average of the positive parallaxes and change it to that.
Exactly.
Hilarious.
It's, yeah. So, oh man.
Hi folks, so today I want to talk about sextant navigation. Now I know the guys over at Flat Earth Debate have been speaking about this for quite some time now, and I agree with everything they say on the subject, and in fact I'll touch on a bit of what they say at the end of this video, but I want to focus on a different aspect of sextant navigation today, one that perhaps has never been thought of before, perhaps has, but never modelled, and I'm going to model it. So let's start by begging the question and assuming we're on a sphere, and we want to determine our location on this sphere using a sextant. Now bearing in mind that we must start with a sphere if that's what we're living on, and the geometry must also work on a sphere if that's what we're living on. Now in order to do a triangulation using a sextant, we use the Mercator projection map as shown here. But how do we get a flat Mercator projection map from a globe? I'll let this guy explain.
Projection. Popular rectangular maps use a cylindrical projection. Imagine putting a theoretical cylinder over the globe and projecting each of the points of the sphere onto the cylinder surface. Unroll the cylinder and you have a flat rectangular map.
Okay, so we now know how a projection is made from a globe to a flat map. In this case, the Mercator projection. So we all know that in order to do a sextant triangulation, you need to use a nautical almanac to give you the zenith of the celestial bodies, and you draw circles of equal altitude from that zenith to determine where they cross, and hence where your location is. So for shits and giggles, I'm just going to start by drawing a load of circles all over this map, like so. And then I'm going to take this map and wrap it around a sphere in AutoCAD. And on first glance, everything probably looks normal. These circles look okay, this circle looks okay, but this one, you'll see it starting to go egg-shaped. And if we go down and look at this one, which reaches to the South Pole, this one gets pointed. So the circles are okay around the equator areas, although they won't be a perfect circle. And the further north or south they get, the more egg-shaped or even teardrop shaped they become. And the reason is because when you try to wrap a projected flat map, specifically the Mercator map in this instance, around a sphere, you have excess map. The paper that the map is printed on will not physically wrap around a sphere. You have to take slices out of the paper on the north and the south to be able to fit the projection back onto the sphere. So it's taken part of the circles out, and in this case made a teardrop shape. Okay, with all that being said, I'm going to simulate a couple of sextant readings to try and determine our location on the sphere. So I'm flipping back to the Mercator map, and I'm going to choose two celestial bodies to take my angle measurements to, that being this one and this one. So GP is the geographical position of that celestial body above the Earth at that particular time. So this one, reading from the Nautical Almanac, tells me that the radius of the circle I need to draw is 2,000 miles. This one, the Almanac tells me I need to draw a 2,500 mile radius circle. And wherever those two circles cross is a possible location that we are on the Earth. So it could either be here or it could be here. If we wanted to determine exactly which one of those it was, we would draw a third, hence triangulation. And the circle would either cross this one or it will cross this one. But we're just going to do two on this occasion. And we're going to say that we know where we are, we know we're not on this one, we know we're on this one because we started out in Greenland, let's say, and now we're halfway between Greenland and Iceland. All fine and dandy, we've located our position. But what happens if we want to put this back onto the globe? After all, it absolutely must work on a globe, if that's what we live on. So here, I have again wrapped the Mercator projection with the circles of equal altitude back around the globe. So we're reverse engineering it here. And as expected, we've got some teardrop shapes going on. So I've gone ahead and drawn the celestial objects in AutoCAD. They're obviously not to scale, they're just to give us some angles to work with. So you've got one here right above this GP point, and then one here right above this GP point. Okay, so from the crossing point here, I've drawn a line up to the celestial object. And I've drawn an arc following the surface of the Earth from the GP position to the point where they cross. Now, if you remember earlier, this circle, when we drew it on the Mercator projection, was 2,000 miles in radius. So let's just go and interrogate this arc and see what the arc length is now. And luckily we can do that by clicking, you can see it's highlighted the arc. We scroll down here to the properties and the arc length is 1,750 miles. So quite significantly shorter than the 2,000 miles that it was drawn on the Mercator projection. So let's go and have a look at the other arc. So selecting the arc, scroll down, arc length 1,415 miles, so even shorter. So almost 600 miles shorter than the circle radius that we drew on the Mercator projection. So I keep saying that if we're living on a globe, then the geometry should also work on a globe. And I think it's a misconception that people have, is that a circle of equal altitude on the globe will actually look like this. However, in reality the red teardrop shapes shown here are directly interpolated from the flat Mercator projection. And if you look at the locations that these red lines pass through on the Earth, you look at the continents and the land features, you'll see that matches exactly the circles on the Mercator projection map. So there's absolutely no possible way you can triangulate your position on a globe that has been transposed from a flat Mercator map. So this then begs the question, why are we even drawing circles on the Mercator projection? A circle just seems arbitrary, considering it translates to a non-symmetrical shape on a globe with no common radius value. If we are truly living on a globe, then we need to be able to triangulate our position on a globe, and it just doesn't work. The reason we use a flat map, and it works every time and has done for the last couple of 100 years, is because the Earth is flat. Okay, to briefly touch on what the guys over at Flat Earth Debate have been saying, we're going to use the exact same examples of the GP positions here. I'm going to look at it from an orthographic view. Okay, if we're standing here on the Earth, this is the angle to the celestial body. Let's take a line from our position, representing the horizon. The angle formed here is definitely not 90 degrees. And even at the position where it meets the Earth, you can't have a 90-degree angle to a curved surface. And AutoCAD will actually verify this, because if I choose the angular dimension command and I pick this line and this line, it will give me an angle between them. If I try to pick this line and this arc, it says here object selected is not a line, so it will just not give me an angle. And why would it? How could it? The angle will be different at every single point on that arc. So the question is, to the people who believe we live on a globe: 1. Where are you getting your 90 degrees? 2. Where are you getting your straight line to form the 90 degrees? And 3. Where are you getting your circle of equal altitude? Because from what I'm seeing, none of them are available to us using a sphere. Thanks for watching, folks.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's crazy. Basically, so what he's saying is that the matter creates this distortion in space itself. And of course, by distorting space, it also has to distort time because according to Einstein, they are one in the same thing and forever